inside of our, we need to navigate to this page to add addresses. So we need to visit our source, then views. In our views, we need to add a new page, and we're going to call it add address. Okay, and it's supposed to be a .dot file. So let's go ahead and create a stateful widget, and we're going to call it add address, like that. Okay, so we need to import material. After importing material, the first thing that we need to do is to create our text editing controllers. We need 2 of them. Editing controller, first one is going to be the one for, we're going to have 2, one for the address, and the other one is going to be for the phone number. Okay, so those are the 2 that we need. So first we're going to have address. Let's just call it address controller is equals to text editing controller. Let's close that. After closing, we need the one for the phone number. Okay, so we're just going to call it phone controller over here. Okay, so we are done with our part. Down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and return a scaffold. So in our scaffold, we're going to require an app bar. So our app bar is going to take in leading. So leading, we're going to return the, it's supposed to be a back button. And let's give it a title. As for the title, we're going to go ahead with the reusable text widget. First, we need to import app texts. Is this supposed to be address and shipping? And as for our style, we're going to go with app style. Let's give it a size of 16. And for the color, we're going to go ahead and give it colors.k primary. Font weight, we're going to go with bold on this one. Okay, so let's save. So now our page is ready enough to be hooked to our routes, our router, or routes list. Okay, so we have to go to common utils app routes, and we need to activate to uncomment this line. Add address, that's going to be our title. Okay, so let's just go ahead and restart our application. After restarting our application, we need to go to shipping address. So this is where we are navigating from, right? So we need to access context, and we need to go ahead and push in the location that we are pushing. It's supposed to be add address. Let's go ahead and close it. And we just need to, let's close the other pages that we don't require. App routes, add address. Let's just copy so that we can be sure whether we're navigating to the correct page. Like that. Okay. So everything is loading fine, but okay. Now SVGs has loaded. Go back, address, add address, add shipping address. So that's correct. So the next thing that we need to do over here, if we go to constants, I have a code that I commented out inside of our constants. So we need to go ahead and retrieve that code and put it inside of our add shipping address. Okay, so constants down at the bottom, you need to just cut this code. After cutting the code, you need to go to add address. after the scaffold, paste the code. That's just a text editing controller, not a controller, but it's a text field. Okay, so uncomment the code. I think everything would be okay if you just uncomment the code. Okay, so after this, what we need to do now is to focus on our body. Okay, so over here, we're going to have body. And in our body, we're going to just return a consumer first. So for consumer, we're going to be consuming address notifier. So here, it's supposed to be address notifier. Let's import provider. After importing provider, we're going to return a list view. Like that. So our list view is going to take in children, but before that, we need to go ahead and just manipulate the padding. So we're going to give it a padding. Our padding is going to be agent sets dot symmetric, and we need to manipulate the horizontal parts, and we're going to give it a padding of 10.w. Okay, so down at the bottom, let's go ahead and have our children. So first we need to have a size box. We need to give it a height. So we're going to give it a height of 20 so that we can just create a little bit of space at the top. And down after the size box, now we need our text field. So we're going to call our build text field, okay? The one that we have over here. So it takes in a few parameters. Your text editing controller, the hint text, keyboard type, what will happen on submit, and whether it's a read only or not. Okay, so by default, read only is going to be false. Then we just have how it's going to look down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a hint text. So the first part is going to be a phone number, and the controller is going to be a phone controller. On submit, let's say we're taking in P here as in our phone number, right? Okay, so that's what it is going to look like. We don't need to do much, and we just need to specify the keyboard type over here. Oh, not key, but keyboard. So for keyboard, it's supposed to be text input dot phone, not number, but just phone over here. So that's all that we need to do for our phone number field. Down at the bottom, let's go ahead and paste the other controller. The other controller is going to be a address. So address here is supposed to be text. Our hint is supposed to be address. Okay, so we need to change the controller. So our controller is going to be the address controller. So we are done with our controllers, but at the bottom we need to display our address types. Okay, so first we're going to add a little bit of space, and then we're going to create the widget that's going to show our address types. So here we're going to have not a size box, it's going to be a row. So row takes in children. As for the children, First, let's give it main axis alignment. It's supposed to be main axis alignment dot start. Like that. As for the children, we're going to use list.generate, and our list is already in our address notifier. So here we need to access address notifier and then address types lists dot length. Okay. So if we visit this part, this is the list that we created before. Okay. So we're just accessing it. And we're going to get index, which is I, and we need to go ahead and return something over here. And so we're going to have a gesture detector. Our gesture detector checks in on tap. On tap, we need to do something. Okay, this ain't supposed to be a string. And down at the bottom, we need a child. Okay, so for our child, we're going to have a container. So here on tap, we need to access address notifier and we need to set address type. So our type is supposed to be address notifier dot address types, and over here supposed to be a specific index. So that part is done. Now we need to go ahead and work inside of our container. So first we're going to give our container a margin. Okay, so margin, we're going to have edge inserts. It's supposed to be dot only to the right. We're going to give it a 20. And let's give it a padding. We're going to give it a horizontal padding of 10. Ahead and add decoration. So for decoration, we're going to take in box decoration. So first, we need to have a color, right? So if it is for colors, the index that's selected, or the index that, okay, let's just say the index that's selected should have a different color from the unselected index. So here we're going to say address type is equals to, so here we might need to make a change. We need to make a change. We need to create a final over here. Let's close this. Final address type. So we're going to use this address type over here. If the address that's selected is equals to the index, to any index on our list, then the color should be k primary light. So color is dot k primary. Let's go with k primary light. Or else we're going to have colors dot k white. Okay. So let's go ahead and add a border radius. So BR. So for border radius, we're going to use k radius O. And we need to go ahead and give it a border. So border, we're going to have border.O. In color, we're going to give our border a color of k primary, and we need to go ahead and give it a width. Okay. So let's go ahead and give it a width of 1. So that's what we have at the moment. So here we need to add the text inside, right? So outside we need to have a child outside of the decoration, the box decoration. We need to have a reusable text widget. Supposed to be address type. After the address type, we're going to have our app style. Give it a size of 12. After giving it a size of 12, we need to give the text a color. And let's go with k white. And let's make our text normal here. Okay, so we still have a little bit of some problems. No, it can't be. Okay. So probably we need a notify here. Whenever we change the address type, we need to notify our UI, right? Like that. So almost done. We need to change the text. We need to have 2 different text colors for the selected and unselected. Okay, so that part we're going to take care of it over here. Okay, it's supposed to be address notifier dot address type is equals to address. It's supposed to be address type. Yeah, also we're going to display a darker color. Okay, like that. Okay, that will do. So we're done with that part, but we need to wrap this row in a padding. We need to push it to the left a little bit. So here we have to use dot only, and we need to push it to the left. Okay. 16 will do. Okay, so that's it. So we are done with this particular widget. So let's open it first. Let's add a comma. After adding a comma, down at the bottom, we're going to require another widget. But first, we need to go ahead and have a size box. So in our size box, we need to give it a height. Let's give it a height of 10. So this one, the widget that we're going to work on is the widget to change the, not to change, but we want to toggle default or not default. Okay, so you might add an address, but it's not going to be a default address. So you have the chance to able to do that before you submit the address. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So here, what we're going to have is a row widget. In our row, we're going to have children. But before we write anything in our children, we're going to have main-x alignment. So we're going to use space between. In our children, the first child that we're going to have is going to be a text. It's going to be a text, so we might as well copy one of the text widgets that we have over here. And we are going to paste it in here. Okay, so we need to remove this condition. And we need to have text over here. So our text is going to be, set this address as default. Address is default. It's supposed to be this address is default. Okay, like that. So let's add a padding. Only right, we're giving it a 16. Is it right or left? It's left. Okay, cool. Let's make this probably a 15. And we need a switcher. So we're going to be using that's supposed to be Cupertino switcher. Cupertino switch, our value is going to come from address notifier dot default toggle. Then on changed, we're going to take in a value. So let's call the value D. And over here, we're going to go ahead and address notifier set default toggle to D. Okay. Like that. So we can just go ahead and play around with the color a little bit. That's a row. Okay. Over here, we're going to put in a thumb color. So for a thumb color, we're going to go with secondary light. After that, down at the bottom, we're going to have active color. So for the active color, we're going to go with primary. Okay. That'll do, but we might need to change this to a 15. That's way too much. 14. Okay. So we are done with this part as well. So when you row padding, let's close that. After the padding, let's add size box. in our size box, we're going to have height. Let's give it a height of 20.h, and here we're going to use our custom button. Okay, our custom button text. So our text is supposed to be submit. And we're also going to have on tap. Okay. On tap. Like that. So here we also need to manipulate probably btn height. We're going to give it a height of, let's give it a height of 40 or 35, something like that. Let's see. 35. Let's go with 35. 35.h. Okay, 35 would do. Let's manipulate the radius. For the radius, we're going to give it a radius of 9. Okay, that would do. So when we click submit, then that's where we're going to create our address. So over here, we're going to have an if statement. So in our if statement, if address controller dot text dot is empty, or font controller dot text dot is empty, then we're going to show error pop-up. Okay, context error message. Missing address field. It's supposed to be fields. Okay, that's supposed to be a string. And that one, we can just put it as false, okay? So let's go ahead and close it. So down at the bottom, that's when we are going to have our submit. Not all. That's supposed to be. Okay, we can just change else. Oh, it's not empty. Let's use int. It's way more. And this is not empty as well. And address notified dot address type is not equal to an empty string. That's when we're supposed to go ahead and add address. Okay, else we're going to show this error. So we are done with our logic. The only thing that's left is to just go ahead, create the function to add the address, and then we push the address. But we don't have models to create the addresses yet. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go to QuickType. That's, oh, okay. Let's call this create address. That would work. No ID needed. So we need lat lang is default address type, and the user ID is given in the backend, so we don't need that. So that's going to be our And that's going to be our, what do you call it? Our model. Okay, so we can just copy the model, go back to our application, and then in models, we're going to create one. We're going to say create address underscore model dot dart. Okay, and let's paste that. And so here we need to have create address, address is equals to create address. Let's just go ahead import this one first. If it is correct, okay, that's correct. Create address. So for these ones, we don't have them, and I doubt that we require them. So you're going to put 0.0 is default. This value is going to come from address notifier. Notifier dot default toggle. The address itself is going to come from address controller dot text. The font is going to come from font controller dot text. Address type is going to come from address notifier dot address type. Okay, supposed to be notify over here. So that's all that we need, and we need to close this over here. Okay, so let's format our code and make sure that it's visible. So now here we have our address model. So we need to convert to string, right? So here we're going to have string data is equals to, that's supposed to be create address to JSON, and we're going to push in address. And let's close that. And down at the bottom, we're going to print data. Yeah, okay. Like that. So after printing, then we'll see. So right now we are eligible to test. Okay, so if we just press error adding address missing address fields, okay. And so here we can make it a little bit more. You have missing address fields. Yeah, okay. So here, let's say this address. That's supposed to be a number. A phone number, let's say this is our number. And this is our address. No. Not really. Okay. Let's go with San Francisco. Union Square. Like that. I'm just going to write anything random. So if we press, this is going to be our address. So now we're eligible to send this data to our backend. So we haven't created our add address function is yet. So we are going to do that, and then we can finish up. Go ahead and create our function to add address, not to add to cart, but to add address. So we need to visit our address notifier. So we have a function to set default, and another function to delete. So now we need a function to add address. Okay. So we're just going to copy one of our functions. Either one of the two is okay. And we're going to say, give it a name, add address. So when you're adding address, we're going to require a string. And our string is going to be, let's just call it data over here. Let's remove the query params from our URL. And we need to change delete to add. And over here, our request is going to be a post request. And since it's a post, we're required to have a body. Okay, so our body is the data, the string that we're getting from our page. And over here, we should have a 201, of which, let's see. Yeah, there's some things that we need to figure out whether, okay, we need to, if you're refetching data over here, we push context. Okay. So I think right on top, let's just put it on top. So we're going to have a function, supposed to be function over here. We're going to have a function, and our function, we're going to call it refetch. Let's go ahead and close it. But before we close it, we have to initialize it. So we're initializing it as an empty function so that we can get rid of the error. Down at the bottom, we need a setter, okay? Void set refetch. This one can refetch a, okay? So that it won't conflict with the one that we are pushing from our arguments. So here we're going to require a function, and I'm going to call it R, and R is supposed to be refetch a is going to be equal to R. So that's all that we need to do. So we need to use this in our page, in our shipping. That's the page before this one. So we'll do that in a little bit. So over here, we're going to run refetch a if it is 201. Okay. So let's see our backend. Like, what do we need from our backend if you're adding? So if you're adding, we have a 201. Okay. Let's, nope. Let's put this down here. Let's get rid of the else. And this should be e.toString. You're adding address. Okay. So that's what that we need to do. So let's go back. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and print. Okay. I'm just going to say Boston Celtics over here. I know some people might not be fans, but it's okay. So whenever we set the function, whenever we whenever we get this function and run this, set this to our refetch a, we're going to print, okay, just to make sure that we are setting it for real. So Here, back to our shipping address. So here, what we're going to do is loading. So after is loading, I'm going to go ahead and access context. After accessing context, I'm going to go ahead and read. We need to read address notifier. And from address notifier, we need to set refetch. Okay. So refetch is going to be refetch over here. Okay, cool. Boston Celtics. So we're successfully setting our refetch. So that's okay. Let me go ahead and remove that. So now add address for number. San Francisco. Something like that. Okay, we set this as school. And we're going to make it not school. Let's say this is home, set it as default, and we need to submit. So we didn't hook our submit function as yet. So we need to go back to our add address. So in our add address, we need to go ahead and submit over here, right? Because if you press now, we're just going to have this data printed. So we need to access our address notifier. Then from our address notifier, we're going to call add address. Data, that's correct. Refetch, nope, we don't need that. We just need to push the context. So here, the error is originating from this point, because if we get rid of this, we're not going to have the error, okay? So we're done with that part. Let's go ahead and push our address. After we push our address and refetch here, we're going to just use our context to pop, okay? So context dot pop. Okay, so add pop. Now we refetch our data. So this is no longer our default address because we set this one as a default when we're adding it, right? So if we go back, okay, that's going to be our address over here. So everything is working pertaining our addresses. So we are done with that part. Now we are going to get back to our checkout. Okay, so if you take a look here, that's our default. That's the one that's going to be shown here. Okay. Continue to payment. We already have addresses, so we just need to set up our payments. But what I'm going to do first is to go ahead and work on the checkout app in our backend first, and then we finish everything, okay, in one go. To move on to our backend, and on our backend, we need to create another application. We need to start another application, and that's going to be for our orders. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do that. So let's clear this other terminal. After clearing, we need to run the command python manage.py start app. Then we put the name of the app, manage.py start app, and our app name is going to be order. Okay, so we have a new application created with the name order. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to hook it up to our installed apps. So let's go ahead, add a comma and add order. Okay, So since that is done, we need to go ahead and create urls.py. And we need to also create serializers. Serializers.py. So we have our two files. So first we need to work with our models, right? So in our models, let's go ahead, create a class, and we're going to call it order. So this order is going to take models dot model. So here we're going to have choices like what we did when we're adding addresses. So first we're going to have pending. That should be all in caps. We're going to have pending. So pending is equals to pending in lowercase. Down at the bottom, we're going to have delivered, or in uppercase, is equals to a string supposed to be delivered with a V. And after that, we're going to have cancelled. Okay, over here, supposed to be cancelled. And down at the bottom, then that's where we're going to create our choices, of which we're going to call them delivery choices, delivery status. Okay. Or we can just call them order status over here, so that we won't be far from what we are doing. Order status. So our order status is going to take in pending, delivered, and cancelled. Okay, so we're done with our choices. So first, now we need to work on our model. So right at the top, we're going to have a user. So our user is going to be models dot. So this one is a foreign key. Our foreign key is going to require the user model, user table, or user model. On delete, we're supposed to delete everything related to that particular user. So we are going to use cascade. No. Okay, we're going to leave it like that. So we need to import this user from Django. That's supposed to be from Django dot contrib dot auth dot dot it's supposed to be models. And we're going to import user. Okay, so we don't have an error, so let's move on. Down at the bottom, we're going to have what we call a customer ID. So this customer ID is going to come from Stripe. Is equals to models dot char field. So our char field is going to take the max length. Our max length is going to be 255. So we're done with that part. Now we need the address. Okay. So our address is equals to, it's a foreign key as well. Supposed to be foreign key. So for this foreign key, we're going to use address, of which we need the model. Okay. So on delete, models dot, this one we have to protect, because if we use cascade, if an address is deleted, then the order is going to be deleted. We don't want that. So here we're going to import from, that's supposed to be from extras dot models. We're going to import the address model. Okay, so we don't have an error. Let's move on to order products. Order underscore products. So here I'm going to use a JSON. Okay, models dot JSON field, and our default value, not decode, our default value is going to be a list. Rated. Okay, this is to just tell whether the order has been rated or not. Okay, so it's going to be a list as well. So we are going to use a JSON field. Default is going to be a list. So if we order, if the order is made, let's say we ordered multiple products, so we should be able to, these orders, these ratings are not attached to the order, but to the products, right? So if we rate a product, we should be able to store the product ID of that particular item that has been rated, so that the user won't rate it again. Okay, so that's what we are trying to achieve. So here we're going to have total quantity. So for total quantity, it's going to be an int field. Let's go ahead and have a subtotal. So this is going to be a float field, not default. Okay. And down at the bottom, we're going to have a total. So in this case, we're going to just put our delivery fee as a constant. We're not going to calculate delivery fee and stuff. So the constant, we're going to put it inside of our stripe. So down at the bottom, we need deliver status, which is equals to a char field, which has choices, and these choices are going to be the choices that we created on top. Char field max length. Let's go with 255. After that, we add choices, and our choices, we're going to use order status. Let's have a default, and our default is going to be pending. We're going to also have payment status. So for the payment status, it's going to be a char field as well. Let's give it a max length of 255. We need created date underscore at. Okay, so we are going to use this suggestion. Models dot date time field auto now add true. Okay, same as for our next field, which is going to be updated date. Okay, like that. So that's going to be our model. Down at the bottom, we need our data representation. str taking self, and we're going to go ahead and return so here we're going to say order. So for order, we're going to self.id by self.username, user dot username. Okay. To self dot address dot address. Okay, we can leave it like that. Okay. So that's going to be our model. So once we have our model, now we can migrate. So to make migrations, we're going to run python manage.py, make migrations, and the name of the application is going to be order. So I'm just going to cross check the details, the data, so that we won't have any kind of error. Okay, so user, foreign key user, custom ID, address, order products, rated, total quantity, subtotal, total delivery status, payment status, created date, updated date. Okay, so this is okay. So let's go ahead. Okay. Looks like let's see. Okay. Okay, supposed to be manage.py. Okay. Now we need to migrate. Okay, so we migrated. So we need to come to our admin order, admin.py. So here we need to use our admin dot, it's supposed to be dot site dot register. And here we need our model. Okay, so from the application, we want to import models dot order. Okay, like that. Let's run the server here. We don't have an error. So if we go to our application, refresh our dashboard, now we have our orders over here. If we press on add, see, so customer ID, the address, products, the rated, total quantity, subtotal, total, pending, delivered, or cancelled, in the payment status. So payment status can be a choice picker as well. It can be choices as well. So it's up to you to change it. But for this instance, I'm not going to. So you can just do the same. Make choices: paid, failed, cancelled. We can just go ahead and do it. Let's just, it's supposed to be paid. Paid and failed. Only two. Failed. That's supposed to be payment status. And paid. Failed. Only two. This is a little bit old. Okay, like that. So for payment status, we need to have choice. Your choice is going to be payment status. Default. No, we're not going to have any defaults here. Okay. So let's go ahead and try to migrate. Okay. We need to make migrations. Okay. After making migrations, then we need to migrate. Okay. So that should work. So if we refresh, now here we have choices: paid, failed, paid, failed. Okay. Pending, delivered, cancelled. And that's okay. That's cool. So that is all that we need to do regarding our models and hooking our models to our dashboard. So what we can do next is to work on our serializer. After working on our serializer, then we go to views, URLs, then we are done. Okay. On to our serializers. In our serializers, we need to import serializers from REST framework. So from REST framework, we need to go ahead and import serializers. And from dot, we need to import models. And that's all that we need to do. Okay, so here we're going to create our subclass of model serializer. So here we're going to have order serializer. So here it ain't supposed to be serializer, but it's supposed to be model serializer. Okay, so we need to have our metadata class. Yeah, okay. And we are going to serialize everything over here. Let's see. Not everything, probably everything. We need to serialize everything. We'll see how it goes. If we need any changes, we are going to go ahead and make them. So what we can do over here is to go to Postman, not Postman per se, but we need to go to our backend. Now we don't have a lot to work with, so that's going to be a little bit difficult. But we can even make this without, we cannot make it without the products. Okay, so let's leave it like that for now. We can just try it when we're making a payment and make adjustments in a little bit. Okay, so we're done with our serializer. Next, we are going to just work on our views. Okay, so in our views, we're going to have 3 views. The one to get user orders by status. Okay, so this status is going to be the order status. Okay, order status, and we're going to get orders to get user orders. That's the second. And the third one, and get orders by status and get an order by ID. That's getting a singular order. Okay, so that's what we're going to be focusing on next. Okay, an important detail. So before we start working on our views, we need to go ahead and create another application where we are going to store our notifications, because when an order is processed, we want to have it, we just want to store the notification that we're going to show in our application in the backend, right? So we're going to have that, so you can store the notification as well as send the notification using a push notification. So either way, it's because here we are using iOS, so that's going to be probably a little bit difficult. But what we're going to do, we're going to just do the code which is related to storing our notifications, as well as just showing them in our front end whenever a user presses on this notification bell, because we do have a notification bell. So we're going to handle everything related to this notification bell. If we click, we should go to the notification page, so the notifications should show over here. Okay, so that is done when an order is created. So we should have an application to handle that part. So that's the application that we're going to create, because we need to create the notification when we're adding the product. Okay, when we're adding the order. So let's clear our terminal first. After clearing our terminal, we need to start an application. And the command is the same, but we need to change the name to notification. Okay, so we have a new application with the name notification. So we're going to follow the same steps. We're going to hook it up in our installed apps. So here it's supposed to be notification. like that. Okay, so our application is running, and what we need to do in notifications, we need to create the file. No, that's a wrong folder. We need to create the urls.py. After creating the urls.py, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it serializers.py. After that, I think this is done. So what we can do now is to create the model, the notification model, right? Because that's the important thing. So over here, we are going to import, that's from, no, this is serializers. We need to work on our models first. Okay, so we have models imported already. And from, that's supposed to be Django.contrib.auth.models. We want to import the user. That's supposed to be contrib.auth.models. We're going to import user. Okay. After importing the user, now we need to go ahead and import the order model from orders. So it's supposed to be from the application orders dot models. We're going to import the order model. Okay, so those are all the imports that we're going to require for this particular model. So let's go ahead and create our model, and our model name, we're going to call it notification. Okay, so notification is going to take in models dot model. Okay, so first we're going to need an order ID, and of which our order ID is going to be a foreign key. Order ID is equals to models dot foreign key. Okay, so for foreign key, we're going to use the order table. And on delete, we're going to cascade. So models dot cascade, like that. Okay, down at the bottom, we're going to require the title of the notification, of which this one is going to be a char field. So we're going to require a char field over here, and our char field, okay, over here, that's supposed to be char field, max length 255. Since it's a title, let's give it a max length of 50. 255, that's a little bit too much, and we're going to have the message. The message, the length can be 255, no problem. Okay, then created dot underscore it is equals to, that's a date field. Okay, so we need to have a boolean field is red models dot a boolean field. So for a boolean field, by default it is going to be false. Okay, and we also need the user ID. So for the user ID, we're going to use the user that we created, not that we created, but that we imported here, this model that we imported right on top. And then updated date, updated underscore int is equals to the model's datetime field auto is equals to true. And let's go ahead and set blank to true as well. And over here, we're going to set blank to true. Okay, so we need to create our data representation. So we're going to create a method, and that's supposed to be str, and it's going to take in self. And that's the data that we're getting from our model. And down at the bottom, we're going to return our data. So we need to format our data. This is the way that we're going to go ahead and format our data. And just format, hopefully it will come out okay. So here we're going to take self dot user ID dot username. After taking the username, we need to also take the user ID. Okay, so it's supposed to be not self dot title, self dot user ID dot user ID. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's how we're just going to put it across. So we need to go ahead and no, let's go to our admin. In our admin, we need to hook our models. So admin.site.register. So here we need our models, right? So from dot import models. So we need to access our models and get the notification model like that. Okay, so it's registered, but we need to make migrations. So here, we need to put the name of our application, which is notification. We've made our migrations. Now we need to just go ahead and migrate. Okay, like that. Okay, cool. So once this is done, we can go to our dashboard. Let's refresh. Wow, that's a little bit odd. The application isn't running or what? It's not running. The server is not running. Okay, so the server is now running. Let's reload. After we reload, now we have our notifications here. Okay, so order ID, we don't have any order. Title, message is red, and then the user ID. Okay, so that's okay. So getting back to our application, our backend server. Now we need to just complete on our order. So we need to focus on views, creating the views, and then at the same time, we are going to be working on how we are going to retrieve our notifications. An important detail. So before we start working on our views, we need to go ahead and create another application where we are going to store our notifications, because when an order is processed, we want to have it. We just want to store the notification that we're going to show in our application in the backend, right? So we're going to have that. So you can store the notification as well as send the notification using a push notification. So either way, it's because here we are using iOS, so that's going to be probably a little bit difficult. But what we're going to do, we're going to just do the code which is related to storing our notifications, as well as just showing them in our front end whenever a user presses on this notification bell, because we do have a notification bell. So we are going to handle everything related to this notification bell. If we click, we should go to the notification page, so the notifications should show over here. Okay, so that is done when an order is created. So we should have an application to handle that part. So that's the application that we're going to create, because we need to create the notification when we're adding the product, okay? When we're adding the order. So let's clear our terminal first. After clearing our terminal, we need to start an application. And the command is the same, but we need to change the name to notification. Okay, so we have a new application with the name notification. So we're going to follow the same steps. We're going to hook it up in our installed apps. So here it's supposed to be notification like that. Okay, so our application is running, and what we need to do in notifications, we need to create the file. No, that's a wrong folder. We need to create the urls.py. After creating the urls.py, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to call it serializers.py. After that, I think this is done. So what we can do now is to create the model, the notification model, right? Because that's the important thing. So over here, we are going to import, that's from, no, this is serializers. We need to work on our models first. Okay, so we have models imported already. And from, that's supposed to be Django.contrib.auth.models. We want to import the user. That's supposed to be contrib.auth.models. We're going to import user. Okay. After importing the user, now we need to go ahead and import the order model from orders. So it's supposed to be from the application orders dot models. We're going to import the order model. Okay, so those are all the imports that we're going to require for this particular model. So let's go ahead and create our model, and our model name, we're going to call it notification. Okay, so notification is going to take in models dot model. Okay, so first we're going to need an order ID, and of which our order ID is going to be a foreign key. Order ID is equals to models dot foreign key. Okay, so for foreign key, we're going to use the order table. And on delete, we're going to cascade. So models dot cascade, like that. Okay, down at the bottom, we're going to require the title of the notification, of which this one is going to be a char field. So we're going to require a char field over here, and our char field, okay, over here, that's supposed to be char field, max length 255. Since it's a title, let's give it a max length of 50. 255, that's a little bit too much, and we're going to have the message. The message, the length can be 255, no problem. Okay. Then created dot underscore it is equals to, that's a date field. Okay. So we need to have a Boolean field is red models dot a Boolean field. So for a Boolean field, by default, it is going to be false. Okay. And we also need the user ID. So for the user ID, we're going to use the user that we created, not that we created, but that we imported here. This model that we imported right on top. and then updated date, updated underscore int is equals to models datetime field auto is equals to true. And let's go ahead and set blank to true as well. And over here, we're going to set blank to true. Okay, so we need to create our data representation. So we're going to create a method, and that's supposed to be str, and it's going to take in self. And that's the data that we're getting from our model. And down at the bottom, we're going to return our data. So we need to format our data. This is the way that we're going to go ahead and format our data. And just format. Hopefully it will come out okay. So here we're going to take self dot user ID dot username. After taking the username, we need to also take the user ID. Okay, so it's supposed to be not self dot title, self dot user ID dot user ID. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's how we're just going to put it across. So we need to go ahead and no, let's go to our admin. In our admin, we need to hook our models. So admin.site dot register. So here we need our models, right? So from dot import models. So we need to access our models and get the notification model like that. Okay, so it's registered, but we need to make migrations. So here, we need to put the name of our application, which is notification. We've made our migrations. Now we need to just go ahead and migrate. Okay, like that. Okay, cool. So once this is done, we can go to our dashboard. Let's refresh. Well, that's a little bit odd. The application isn't running or what? It's not running. The server is not running. Okay, so the server is now running. Let's reload. After we reload, now we have our notifications here. Okay, so order ID, we don't have any order. Title, message is red, and then the user ID. Okay, so that's okay. So getting back to our application, our backend server. Now we need to just complete on our order. So we need to focus on views, creating the views, and then at the same time, we are going to be working on how we are going to retrieve our notifications or our views. Let's close everything. Back to our order views. Let's just get rid of everything. We need to import our imports from afresh. So from REST framework, dot views, we're going to import API view. Okay, that's the first. And from REST framework dot response, we're going to import response. And from REST framework, we're going to go ahead and import status. And from Django shortcuts, that's supposed to be, well, Django dot shortcuts. We're going to import get object of 404. Down at the bottom, we're going to say from dot models, not from dot models. We can just say from models, from dot import models. Okay. And we need the other models. So here from notification dot models, we're going to import notification, and from let's see, let's say dot models here. Let's see what models do we have. We have order. We don't have product. Do we even need a product? We do need a product. Let's go back a little. Okay, that's okay. So here, if from call dot models, import product, we need address. So that's supposed to be from extras dot models, import address. And what else? From dot serializes import. Or we can just say from dot import serializes. We can import it over here. Okay. Like that, because the difference is the same. So here from Django REST framework, Django REST framework permissions, dot permissions, we need to import is authenticated. So from REST framework dot permissions, we're going to go ahead and import is authenticated. And from Django.db, we're going to go ahead and import transactions. Transaction. Okay, so first we need to go ahead and create our first class. It's going to be add order. Okay, so when we're adding an order, we're going to push an API view. When you're pushing an API view, after pushing an API view, we need to check whether the user is logged in or not, is authenticated or not. And down at the bottom, we're going to create our method. Is going to be a post. So if it is a post, it's going to take in self, and it's going to take in a request. Okay, I like that. And so down here, what we need to get the data from the request. So data is equals to self, not self, that's supposed to be requests. Request.data. Okay. And we're going to have a try. So with atomic, with transition atomic. Here we want to go ahead and validate products. Okay, to create a variable with the name validated underscore products, because as we are creating our orders, we need to make sure that the products that we are pushing to our database, that we're pushing to our order, are within our products inside of our database. So here we are going to have a for loop for product in a data. That's supposed to be data. So here to access our data, we're going to say to access it as a map. That's supposed to be order products. We need to have a product is equals to get object of 404. So here, this is the model that we're going to use, the product model, and of which here we're going to use ID, and our ID is going to be product data. So this one should be product data. Product data. So once we get all the, like, we're looping and we're storing the data related to a product in product data. So whenever we want to get the ID of a particular product, we have to access it through this product data. Okay, so that's supposed to be product data, and here it's supposed to be product. And then here we're going to say validated products dot append. So we're going to be adding the products which are validated. Okay, so the data that we're going to be using to append is this product data. Okay, because if we get this product, we're going to store it in here. So this is the validated product, and then we need to add it to this particular list that we created on top. Okay, so here we're going to have a map. So this is the structure of how our products are going to look like inside of the JSON file that the JSON field that we created. So we're going to have a product underscore ID, and that's going to be a string since it's a JSON. So it's supposed to be product.id. Okay, that's going to be our first. Next, we're going to add an image URL. So for the image URL, we're going to access product dot image URLs, and from the image URLs, we're going to take the first image. Okay. And down at the bottom, we're going to take in the title. That should be the title of the product. So that's supposed to be product dot title. Let's add a comma. We need the price and the quantity. It's supposed to be price, product dot price, and we need the quantity. Not product data, supposed to, oh, yeah, this is correct. Quantity. We're going to also require the size. That's going to be size of the product that the user has purchased. So size, the size is going to be inside of product data and size, as well as the color. So colors, we're going to grab it the same way. Color, and here, color. Let's go ahead and remove that. Let's see. Yeah, there we go again. Okay. So that's all that we need to do. And after that, what we're going to do is to go ahead and check whether the address the user has sent is valid. So we're going to say address is equals to get object of 404. So here we're going to use the address model, and the ID is supposed to be the address the user has sent via the order. So here what we are going to do is to convert it to an integer, because we don't know, it might be a string. So here it's supposed to be, that's supposed to be data, and this is supposed to be address. Okay, so we haven't created our order as yet, and we need to also have exceptions, because this might return, it might not exist. So if it doesn't exist, we need to handle it. So we are going to handle it at the bottom. But over here, what we can do, we can go ahead and create our order. Our order is going to be the order model dot objects. Do we even have? We don't. Okay, we have models dot order dot object dot create. So when we're creating, we need the user ID. Is it user or user ID? Let's go to our order model. It's supposed to be user. Okay. Okay. What we can do over here, side by side. So first is a user. So if it is a user, the user is going to come from request.user. After that, if it is a customer ID, okay, it's going to be a customer ID. This customer ID is going to come from data customer ID, customer underscore ID. Let's add a comma. After that, that's going to be address. So our address is going to be the address that we just found on top. And then order products, order underscore products, they're going to be validated products. Okay. And let's go ahead and have our let's have rated first. So rated, we're going to initialize it as a list with just a 0. Okay. Total quantity is equals to data the ain't supposed to be total. It's supposed to be total quantity over here. Total underscore quantity. Okay, so that's good. Subtotal is going to be the same, so we can copy that and just change these fields. After that, down at the bottom, we're going to require a total. Okay. And we're going to require a delivery status. Data underscore delivery status. We don't have a payment method, but we're going to have payment status. Your payment status is going to come from this payment status. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's how we're going to create an order. So before we save the order, what we're going to do, we're going to have to create our notification. So when creating a notification, first we're going to require a title. That's supposed to be title over here. Our title is equals to we can give it some like order successfully placed. Okay. And we're going to have the message. So our message, your order has been successfully placed. Your order here. Let's see. Your payment has been successful and your order has been successfully placed. Okay, so and that's our message, and that's our message in our title. So here we need to go ahead and have our notification, right? So here we're just going to create our notification straight up object dot create. Okay, so when we're creating, we're going to create, no, we're not going to create, we're going to require an order ID, of which our order ID is going to come from this order that we just created, and then title message, and we're going to also require the user ID. Okay, so for user ID is going to come from a requests.user. That's all that we need to do to create a notification. After that, we can say order.save. Now we have to save our order, right? After saving our order, we need to go ahead and return a response. And so here, our response, we can just, let's see. Okay. ID. Order.id. And we need status. So for status is going to be status.http 201. Since it's a create, let's close this for a second. So now we need to deal with our exceptions. We have quite a lot of them. So first, except that's going to be product dot doesn't exist. Is that doesn't exist? If a product doesn't exist, we're going to just go ahead and return a response. So first in our response, okay, so here we are going to need to push this back a little. Okay. So our indentation is working fine. Return. So first we need our message. And our message is going to be one or more products not found. Status 404. So, that's utterly wrong. So here it has to be in braces. Okay. So we are done with that part. We need to deal with our other exceptions. So the next exception is going to be for the address. Address doesn't exist. Message, we say user address does not exist. Okay. And let's deal with our let's see, key error. Let's deal with our last. That's going to be okay. Key. It might be key error. Okay, so that's okay. That's okay. Key error is E. Okay. So that's a bad request. Over here, what we can do, instead of passing E, we need to have, oh no. Return response. Okay. Over here, what we're going to do is going to have E, not E, but we're going to have a message. And for a message, it's going to be a string. I don't even know why it's that's F missing key. And then here, when you're passing it, it's supposed to be str. Okay, so that's going to be our error message if we have a missing key. So here, that's going to be a 400. Okay, that's a long function, but eventually we're done. So probably it's going to give us trouble to test it as well. So we are going to proceed with caution when it comes to this particular function because that's the core of the business. Okay. So we are done with add order. So we need two more functions, not functions, two more views. The next one is going to be user orders. That's supposed to be user orders by status like that. Okay, so it's going to take in API view. And first we need permissions class. is authenticated. And down at the bottom, we need our method def is going to be get, and here we're taking in self and the request. Okay, supposed to be requests after taking in self and requests. So first, we're going to require the status from our request params. Okay, so status is equals to request dot query params, supposed to be query underscore params. Okay, my bad. Query params dot get, and here we're getting the status. So here we're going to pass it as status, right? After that, we're going to have our user. So our user is going to be a request.user like that. Down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and find our orders, of which our orders we need to access the order model. So it's supposed to be models dot order dot objects dot filter. Okay, so when we're filtering, we're going to filter using the user. So user is supposed to be equal to the user, and then delivery underscore status, it should be equal to the order status. Okay, and we need to order our orders by created date, but the last created. Okay, the last order created is the one on top. Is going to be the first one, created underscore it, like that. Okay, so those are orders. After we get our orders, we need to serialize our data. So to serialize our data, we need to create a serializer. It's supposed to be serializer over here is equals to not order serializer, but serializer dot order serializer, and we're going to push in orders. After pushing in orders, we need to set many to true. Okay, and down at the bottom, we're going to return a response. Okay, so over here, instead of just pushing in orders and stuff, we just push the serialized data over here, and our status is going to be 200. So that's what we're going to do to get the orders. So we also need to get a single order. So to get a single order, we're going to create a class, order details. Okay, it's going to take in API view, and we need permissions. After that, we need to create our method. So it's going to be a get, and it's going to take in self and request. Down at the bottom, we're going to retrieve the order ID from our request params. So here, order ID is equals to requests dot query params. No, that was correct. Query params dot get ID. Okay, so here it's supposed to be a string ID. So now we need to get the order. Models.order objects filter, not filter per se. So let's not use this one. What we can do, we can use get object of 404. So here, when we're creating our order, we're going to say get object of 404, and here we're going to use our order, and the ID that we're supposed to get is going to be equal to the order ID. Okay, the product that we're supposed to get, the ID should be equal to this order ID, and over here we should change to models.order. Okay, so once this is done, we need to serialize our data. So we need to create a serializer is equals to serializers dot order serializer, and here we're going to push order. It's supposed to be the order. After pushing the order, now we can send back the response. So we're going to just return the serialized data, and our status is going to be 200. So we are done with our orders. Next, probably what we're going to do is to work on our URLs. After our URLs, go back to our front end, and then we're going to hook our payment server, and then we can run some tests. Creating our views, what we need to do is to create our URLs. So let's go to our URLs file. So the first thing that we need to do is to import our path. So that's going to be from Django.URLs. We're going to go ahead and import path. Okay, after that we need to import views. So that's supposed to be from our app. We're going to go ahead and import views. Okay, here we need to create our list of URL patterns. So that's supposed to be URL patterns. That's an array. Okay, let's get rid of that. That's an array. So first we need to create our first path. Okay, so first path we're going to have add. Okay, that's going to be a post request. So for add, we're going to require view. No, that's supposed to be view dot. It's supposed to be views dot add order. So when dot is view, so here let's give it a name. Add order. Okay. And let's add a comma. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're going to have 3. The next one is going to be me, which is getting all the orders belonging to a particular user. And we're going to have single, that's getting one order. So we need to map these to the correct. So user order by status, and then we're going to get order details over here. So let's change the names. First, we're going to have order details, and it's supposed to be orders list. Okay, like that. So we are done with our URLs. The next thing that we need to do is to go to our backend folder, not settings, but URLs. In URLs, we need to have orders, and orders are going to come from order.urls. Okay, so this name should be the same as the name that we have over here. Okay, so that's what that we need to do pertaining our orders. So if we just say API orders /me, we're supposed to return an empty list. Okay, so like let's say we go to Postman, then we say orders here /me and send this request. Okay, we do have an error. It's originating from our urls.py. Okay, that's orders URL. So here, as views, that should be some kind of a function, all of them. And when we made the call to our REST API, we didn't put the status. So probably that was going to cause another error as well. So if we send this request. Yeah. Now we do have an error, cannot resolve keywords, deliver status. So here, that's a mistake. Okay. So probably we need to do a little bit when it comes to our serializers. Okay. So we are going to change our serializers, and then we go ahead and make the call again. But let's go ahead and look at our model. So here it's supposed to be deliver status. That's correct. Okay. Let's see if our model is correct. Our model is correct, but one thing that I'm not understanding is, let's see, that's going to be our views, deliver status, deliver status. Like, where is this typo coming from? Okay, when we are getting, that's here. Okay, deliver status. Okay, so that's the change. Let's go ahead and make a request again. If you make a request, okay, so we have an empty list over here. So that's good because we don't have orders as yet. So that would be okay. So we are done with correcting this field. So whenever we have an order now, we're going to, whenever we hooked our application to the payment server, we're going to test this, the add order, and we're also going to go ahead and run a test on getting our order details. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue. What we need to do over here, we need to go back to our front-end application, and one other thing, we need to visit our, what do we call them? Let's see whether we have them open over here. Not views per se, but we need to go to the desktop, to the files that we downloaded before we started the project. We need to get some of the files from over there and drag and drop them into our checkout views folder. Okay. So these are going to be the files. These are the files. So you can find them in source, checkout, views, and these three files. So you can just drag and drop them into checkout views, right? So you're going to have a little bit of some errors. So the first thing that you need to go ahead and make sure the imports are correct. Okay. Let's see. So that's what we need to do. Over here, I'm going to just replace these. So these two, they need to be removed. Okay. Down here, we need to import screen utils, and over here, let's go ahead and comment this out for starters. So we don't have an error in our payment failed. So let's go to the payment page. So what we need to do over here is to do the same. Okay. So these two needs to be removed as well. So once we remove, we need to import provider, card provider. So here we need to install this package. Okay. That's a package that we're going to use to access our web view. Okay. Cut notifier dot success contains. So this is something that we're going to do in our cut notifier. So we are going to just close this for a second to remove it. So our priority at this point is going to be oh, our priority at this point is just to have our web view. So let's go ahead and remove these two. After removing, we're going to import screen utils. Cut notifier, we don't have the payment URL as yet, so these are some of the things that we need to take care of. But as far as that is concerned, the page is working fine. So we need to go to our pub.spec YAML. So in our pub.spec YAML, we have a Flutter web view. Okay, so this is the one that we're going to be using to open up our URLs, our payment URLs, but I don't know why it's not importing over here. Okay, so probably let's go ahead and close the page. After closing the page, let's try to open it again. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tricky, so we might need to go ahead and import it manually. Okay, so we need to know the package name if we are to import it manually. Let's see. Package Flutter web view saying it doesn't exist. Okay, that's a little bit tricky. So I might need to close the application and open it again so that we can have inputs working, because right now we cannot do anything when inputs are not working, especially when we don't know the name of the import. Okay. So I'm going to close, fix it, and then we come back and continue. And our inputs are reading, so we just need to make the correct inputs. Wow. Okay. That's a little bit tricky. Okay, let's remove this web controller. Okay, so these URLs are supposed to be in our cut notifier. Okay, so that's something that we are going to do in a little bit. Is it success? So we need the URL over here. So let me go ahead and create the variable, because this is the payment URL. So if we go to our cart controller over here, let's just close all these. So down at the bottom, we're going to have a string. That's supposed to be payment URL. URL is equals to an empty string. So we need to create a setter and a getter, right? So here is supposed to be string get payment URL. Oh, payment URL, and we're getting it from our private variable. Okay, and we need a setter. So to set this one, we're going to set it in our checkout page. Not, is it checkout? Not checkout per se, but it's going to be in our controller. In our cut controller, because that's where we are handling our notifier. So when we're creating checkout, then we're going to use this function to go ahead and set the URL. So that function is supposed to be in here, the create checkout function, okay? And we need to have a notify listener here. We need to have a listener, okay? So if we go back to our payment, this will now hold. Let's see. We're going to have another one on top that we're going to call success, okay? Let's see. Success contains, yes, this is the one that we're going to be using down at the bottom. So in our cut notifier, we need to create another string. No, we're going to call it success. It can be either success or failure, either of the two. So if we have any of the two, then we're going to go ahead and use them, okay? So here it's supposed to be set success, but not success. Is that we're going to say success URL so that our argument holds over here. So if we come back, let's see, Android. Okay, we can import that. Now this holds, and this one holds as well. So on page finished, we're going to just go ahead and print the URL, and then we're going to set the URL to our variable in our controller. And on URL change, we're going to do the same. So these URLs are the ones that we're going to use to determine which page to go to after the payment, right? So let's remove this for a second. So if success contains checkout success, this is the value that we just created in our cut notifier, this value, right? If it contains checkout successful, then we're going to go ahead and just go to the success page. But if it contains cancel, then we're going to go to failed. Okay, so here we need our address notifier. So this one can still hold. We still need to clear the address whenever we finish making our payment. Okay, so let's see whether we have anything left out here. Nope. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. So we are done with this page. So we go to the success page. Let's see, cut notifier. This can now hold because we need to just reset our payment URL once we are done. Okay. For notifications, that's something that we are going to do after we are done with our controllers. Here, let's just go ahead and import go router, but this part still needs to be taken care of. On failure, we're going to do the same. We need our cut notifier, and we also need to go to our designated route. Okay, so let's just go ahead and import that. Okay, so that's it. So the only thing that's left with this is to go ahead and that's refetch the count. That's supposed to be the cut count, okay? Not the cut count, but the notification count. So now we need to hook these to our checkout screen, okay? So our checkout screen, if our URL, not if our URL, if our payment URL inside of our cut notifier includes something to do with Stripe, then we are supposed to show the web view instead of showing the page, okay? So here on return, we are going to have a condition. So our condition is going to be, we're going to access our cart notifier, and we need to get into our payment URL. And if payment URL contains a URL which starts with HTTPS, check out the Stripe. That's when we're going to show the payment page. Okay, so down at the bottom, we're going to have our payment web view. Else, we're going to show the payout page. Okay, so that's all that we need to do over here to be able to show our payment page. And so the main task that we have is to create checkout, which is going to come over here. So to create checkout, we are going to require a model. So that model is the model that we're going to create in a little bit, and then we can proceed, because that's the model that we're going to send to our payment server, and then our payment server will handle the rest and then return the response. Once we get the response back, that response is in form of a URL, and that URL that we get from our payment server is the one that we're going to use to open the web view and just show the Stripe page. Okay, test what we just need to do. We need to just come to our cart, select what we want to check out, click on checkout, and then we click pay, continue to pay. So this is the data, okay, our address for our access token, the total price, cart items. So we have a list of the items. So here we have the Chuck Taylors, and we have this cause needed sweater, right? Okay, so that's all that we need to do. So we need to bring back this code since we've tested our data, that we're receiving our data or not. Let's get rid of this. So the next thing is to go ahead and set up our payment server, and then maybe explain a little bit, not maybe, explain a little bit, and then we can come back, because at this moment, if we take a look at our payment base URL, we don't have anything here. So we need our payment base URL to be able to make this payment, and of which that's something that we're going to achieve through ngrok. Okay. to go ahead and set up our payment server. So in the files that you downloaded before you start the project, go ahead to the folder that you extracted the files. You have a zip with the name fashion payment. You need to go ahead and extract the files. Once you extracted the files, you need to open the project inside of VS Code or any code editor of your choice. Okay, so I'm just going to drag and drop this in VS Code. So here we have different files. I included my Stripe. Let's see. Okay, they're all tests, so that's okay. So probably what you're going to receive is this .env example. Okay, you're not going to get the .env. So in this .env.example, what you need to do, let me just delete this and then we can start from the jump. So here you need to change this to .env. After changing to .env, you need Stripe secret, webhook secret, publishable key. This is going to be endpoint secret. These must be the same somehow. Okay, so let's see. Endpoint secret 2. Just take a look. Stripe, yes. So one of the 2 is repeated. So we'll see how we're going to go about it. So the first thing, you need to go ahead and visit your Stripe account. I have mine already open here. And you need to first, in your, that's home, okay? Then you go to developers. You need to copy the publishable key first. Come back to your .env. Then you paste the publishable key over here. After that, you go to Stripe again and you copy the secret. Okay. And you paste it here. Okay. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and set up our webhooks. But our webhooks, we need to have our server running first. Okay. So over here, what I'm going to do is to go ahead and just open the terminal. After opening the terminal, we need to install packages, right? So we need to run the command npm i. After installing, we need to run the server, but that's not all. The next thing that we need to do, we need to go ahead and open our browser, because I'm going to run the server locally. I'm not going to host it. So you need to visit this URL, ngrock.com, docs get started. So it's either you're on a Mac, either Mac, Linux, or Windows. So this is how you're going to install. You go step 1, step 2, step 3, up until you get to this point. So we are just going to start from step 3 because I already installed ngrock on my Mac. So I'm going to copy this command right here, and I'm going to go back to my server. So I'm going to paste it here. I'm not going to do anything now. So here I'm going to run the command npm start. Okay, so the server is connected, right, on port 3003. So this is the same server that we should use for ngrock instead of 880. 8080. Okay, that's 3003. Okay, so it's going to spin up an ngrok server. So because like when we're using Stripe, we need HTTPS, not HTTP. Okay, so this is going to be the server URL, our server URL, right? So we need to copy this server URL. After copying, we need to go to routes Stripe. So in routes Stripe, we need to go to the bottom. Okay, that's here. Success URL and cancel URL. So we need to paste the link that we have copied from over here. Okay, so we're going to do for both. And then we just save. Okay, so for that part, we are done. But okay, let me just go through this with you. So here we have two files, cancel.html and success.html. So cancel.html, if we have any problem with our payment, this is the page that's going to be rendered. Okay, and if we have any, like if our payment is successful, check out success.html is the page that's going to be displayed. So here we're just getting our routes, right? And we are doing the same. After getting our routes, we have this. This is the endpoint that we're going to use to interact with our Stripe server, this server, right? And whenever we start interacting with our server, we first create a customer. So a customer, we're going to create, we're going to have metadata. So metadata is going to include the address, the access token, the FCM token, and we're going to also have the items that the user is paying for. Okay, so this has to be a string. This is why we are stringifying this request body dot cut items. Okay, and down at the bottom we need to create, we need to have a delivery fee. Okay, so this is just delivery fee. So our delivery fee is going to be $10. So if you don't want this part, you can just go ahead and remove it, but I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep a flat rate of $10 when it comes to delivery fee. So this delivery fee is going to be included in our payment. So let's say our payment is $20. So automatically our payment is going to be $30. Okay. So if you want to calculate your delivery fee and send your delivery fee to the backend, you can as well do that, but that's not the approach that we're going to use in this one, unfortunately. So down at the bottom, we need to create line items. So these are the items that we are going to be paying for, right? So we need to iterate through our cut items so that we can fill the data, the required data. So first, we're going to just have our price data and our currency and the product data. So for each and every item, we're going to fill the product data. Okay. So description and name, we're going to put one and the same thing, because if we put more, like let's say descriptions they can be longer. If descriptions are longer, then they're going to cause an error to our server, because we have a limited number of characters that we are allowed to send to our server. Okay, and given the fact that we are sending multiple items, that means we have a huge chunk of data. So we don't want descriptions with long like number of characters, with multiple number of characters or many number of characters. Okay, and when it comes to our unit price, we're going to take the item price and we're going to multiply it by 100. And the quantity, this is the quantity that we're getting from the item. Okay. Cut quantity. So after this, we created our line item, and right on top we have our delivery fee item. We need to push the delivery fee item inside of our line items. So automatically it will be added to this line item that we created down at the bottom. And then here we're going to create a checkout session. So we're going to choose the payment method type, which is going to be a card. And then for our phone number, we're going to just set it to false. We need our line items. Payment mode is going to be payment. Customer is going to be customer ID, customer.id, because we've already created a customer. And here, if we have a successful payment, we're going to show this URL. If not, we're going to show cancel. So we're going to send this URL back to the user. This is the URL that we are going to be displaying in our front end. The URL is the one that we're going to use for the payment web view to show. Okay. So once this is done, we are processing our payment in the front end. We have to now process the order. Okay. So the order is going to be processed with this particular route. Okay. This is the one that's going to process our order. So if our payment intent is successful, we're going to just store our payment intent in this particular variable, and then we're going to break. So if case switch, well, like here we're using a switch, and we're going to be using event.types, because here we have events, right? And the events are coming from our webhook. Okay. So we need to create our webhook. So we are going to do that in a little bit. So if our webhook case is checkout session complete, we need to collect the checkout data. Okay, and it's going to come from event data.object, and then we just log. Over here, we need to access our customer, struct.customer, and then we're going to retrieve the checkout customer. And then after that, when we have our customer, we're going to retrieve the data that is stored in the customer, right? So this is the data that we have over here. This data, that's the data that we want to retrieve over here. After retrieving this data, now we need to create products, right? These are the products that we are going to send to our app server to create the order in our own database. So these are the products. After the products, we need to calculate the total quantity. Okay. So we're just going to iterate through our products, and then we're going to get the total of item quantity. Okay. That's all that we need to do, and we need to create the payload. This is the payload that we're going to send to our own server. Okay, so we have custom ID, we have order products, total quantity, address, subtotal, total, payment status. Okay, payment status. Let's see, we might need to make a change in our backend. So let's say we go to our backend. So this is payment status. So we need to visit models. Let's see payment status. So for payment status, let's not use choices. So we need to migrate. Make migrations first, and then we need to migrate. Okay, so we've made the change. So we're just going to get this from our payment server. Okay, it's not something that we have to hard code. So back to our payment server. So this is coming from our Stripe, but this we have to hard code by ourselves. So here we have pending. Probably it should be pending with a capital letter P. Okay. After that, we need to run a function which is going to communicate with our server. So here what we're doing is to have an HTTP call inside of our backend server, which is going to create the order. So here down at the bottom, that's where we have our function. Okay, so this is our function that we're using to go ahead and create the server as well. As you can see over here, we're taking the payload. This payload is the payload that we created here. Okay, so we're pushing it here, and we also need an access token. So this access token. Let's see, metadata.access token. If we come to Stripe, okay, it's written as access token over here. So since creating order is a protected route, we needed a token to be able to communicate with our backend. So this is why we're sending this token first, and then we can process our order. If you have an FCM token, you have to send it as well, so that you can send a notification to your user. Okay, so this payment server is connected to Firebase. So here, that's where we are connecting to our Firebase. This is the function to connect to Firebase. So we're just calling const admin is equals to required. Then we're going to get Firebase admin, and we need a service account JSON. We call it a service key. Okay, we need a service key. So this service key is the one that we have over here. Okay, and down at the bottom, we're just going to initialize our Firebase. After we initialize our Firebase, we're going to print this statement if it is connected. So this is the same statement that we're seeing over here. Okay, so we're exporting the function, and we're calling the function inside of our index.js. Okay, so we have to import the function first, right over here, and then we need to run it. So we were on this function create order payload access token, and then our FCM token. So we're going to have a try catch block inside of our create order. So first we need to make the call, right? So we're going to be using fetch since we're using JS. So if you want to use Axios, you can do that as well, but it might be a little bit tedious. So it's a post method. We require headers since we are going to be interacting with them. With a protected route, we need to push our access token. So the same way, our headers still remain the same. It's just a different way of writing it, provided the differences in languages. And we also need to push the body. Our body is a string. So here we need to stringify the object that we're getting from our arguments. Okay. And when we send the request and receive a response, we need to check whether our response is 201. If it is 201, we're going to get the response back. So it's supposed to be response.json. Once we get the response.json, we're going to store it in here. Okay. So since we're passing back an ID, we need to store that ID inside of this data, okay? And here, if you want to send an FCM, not an FCM, but if you want to send a notification, then this is where you are supposed to. But our backend, we don't have any notification service. So what we're going to do over here, if FCM is equals to an empty string, is not equal to an empty string, that's when we're going to go ahead and send this FCM token. So I don't want to remove the function, but at the same time, the function should remain. But if you just send it as an empty string, then we shouldn't send the message, because we want to just minimize the errors that we might cause because we don't have enough. Okay. So same here, if we have an error, this is what's going to happen. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to log the error. So here, chances are high that we might run into an error. So it's better to log first before we do anything else. So let's just comment that out. So that's all when it comes to our payment server. But now the thing that we need to do is to, what we need to do is to go ahead and create a webhook. Okay. And then we come and put our endpoint secret over here. Okay. So going back to Stripe. So in Stripe, we need to go to developer webhooks. Okay, so this might be different. I don't know, like, because they changed a little bit, so it might be different from yours, but this is my dashboard now. Okay, so here we need to press edit. So I'm going to change this. Not change per se. What I'm going to do, let me go ahead and just create a new one so that we won't have a problem. Create a new endpoint. Let's see. Yeah, okay, current date, that's okay. Events on your account. Let's see, account. Select all account events. Nope. Balance, nope. Billing, no. Cashback, no. Okay, so let's go ahead and select charges. Let's go ahead and select checkout. Let's go ahead and select customer. Here we want to select payment intent as well. After that, let's see. Okay, I guess that's what that we need to select. We have selected a couple of events. Let's press next. After pressing next, we need to provide our webhook endpoint. Okay, so our webhook endpoint is going to use this URL. Okay, we're going to copy this URL and we need to access this endpoint. Okay, so going back to our server, we paste our URL, our base URL, and here we're going to say a webhook like that. Okay, so we need to just go ahead and cross check that's webhook, or you can just copy the name just to minimize the room of errors. Okay, fashion payment, not fashion payment. We should go back to the browser. Let's replace this over here. Okay, then we go ahead and create destination. Okay, so we've created our endpoint. That's E05, E05, that's the correct one. So here I'm going to go ahead and copy the signing secret. That's the one that we're calling endpoint secret over here. Okay, is the one that we're going to push here when we're getting events. Okay, so back to our .env, paste it here. So here is the same as this one, so I'm going to paste it as well. So we have all our keys. Let's close our .env file. Okay, so with this all set up, we can be able to try to test our payment server. But one thing that's going to kill us is latency. Okay, so here, let's see, cut quantity. This must be, let's see, item products. Stripe. Cut quantity. We go to the front end. Let's check the data that we're sending. Lib source. Checkout models. Cut quantity. Okay, it sent as cut quantity. That's something that I wanted to confirm because I don't remember writing anything of this sort. So here we just go ahead and cross check our checkout screen. Okay, our cut quantity is over here. Okay, so that's good. So everything checks out. So now the task is to go ahead and add our endpoint or our base URL to our development.env, of which it is going to be, let's see, probably we do have something. Nope, that ain't gonna be it. That's not it. So here, that's going to be our base URL. In fashion app, that's going to be our base URL. Okay, so from this point, then we're going to go ahead. Let's visit create checkout Stripe, because the endpoint that we want to hit at this particular moment when we create checkout is this endpoint. Okay, so here we have create checkout session, right? And it's coming from index. So if we go to index, our route is linked to this Stripe. Okay, so it's supposed to be the base URL / Stripe. Then we're going to use this one in the front. So let me just write it down. So if it is a URL, it's going to be like this. So we need to access Stripe first. Then we need this create checkout session, right? So that's going to be our full endpoint, our full URL. Okay. Let me leave it there. No. Let me just copy. We go back to our Flutter application. Let's paste it over here so that we can just confirm. stripe, and then checkout session. So we can just replace this checkout session because it's long. You never know. So that's all that we need to do. So we are going to run a test. But in this test, we might encounter some problems related to the latency. Okay. We need to check the latency of ngrok, because if the latency is too much, probably it's going to take longer for us to be able to successfully test our what do we call it, to test our server, our payment. Okay, go ahead and click checkout on something. This is a page that you're going to get, but over here we do have to make some adjustments to our page, because this is not the way that we want our page to appear. Okay, so let's go back to our checkout page. In our checkout page, and let's see where we made the mistake. So over here, we should have this outside, not inside. This condition should be outside. Okay, so let's say we copy it from here, cut it from over there, and here, instead of returning a scaffold, we'll return our condition. Okay, so here we don't have the cut notifier, so we're going to context.read, and we're going to read our cut notifier like that. Okay, so our page is going to appear covering the whole screen. Okay, so here let's go ahead and a.com, our cut number 42. Oh, no, that's already wrong. All 42 is up until the end. Full name, you can put anything. Okay, postal code, let's put anything. Wow. Okay, and let's proceed to pay. So we need to also check our payment server. Okay, so this is happening. So we might run into an error that we might not find. Is you can see over here, we do have an error, right? So let's see, address notifier widget cannot be marked or built, blah 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 blah. So this address notifier is the address notifier that's in our success page. Let's see, probably our success page. So if we go ahead and visit, that's going to be our backend. Let's visit our backend. Okay, we have an error as well over here. We have an error, so that means our order has not been created. So that's something that we need to figure out. Why did it happen? Okay, so let's see. Okay, the URL doesn't end with a slash. So to our URLs, Okay, so we just remove the slash from over here. So our order wasn't created, but we just need to go back to our backend. Is we'll just think we don't have anything. If we go to our orders, we don't have anything as yet, and we ran into an error when we were making our payment. So what we can do, the payment was in the front end. It was related to the address. Okay, it's not this one. So the error was coming from our payment. These two. Let's just comment them out so that we can see what's happening. So the payment itself might be successful. Okay. Let's see. The address notifier sending notification. We check the whole error and then just okay. Connection lost. We need to run the application again. So we're commenting this out so that we can just try to test our payment. And the address we can as well just create from somewhere else, so that won't be a big problem. It's not like we have to go ahead and play it out here. Okay, so let's see what's going on, because we want to just have a seamless payment. Going to run another test and see what's going on. So here we made one more change when it comes to our figures with decimals. Okay, that's going to be a roundup. Okay, a round to double. Okay, so this was like 79.99, so we just rounded up to 80. Okay, let's go ahead and have a test. It's a.com. We need our test card, something like that. So let's go ahead, give it a later date. CVC full name can be anything. The code can be anything. So let's go ahead and process the payment. So we need to watch our payment server as well. Completed, error sending, push notification. That means this order has been successfully created without an error, because if you're getting that message, probably it could be both. So what we can do, we can go back here. It's successful, but we don't know whether it's been created successfully in our backend. Okay, so here what we can do is to go to our orders, refresh. Yeah, okay, we do have an order, but we do have an error over here. There's no attribute user. So this is the error that we've made when we were coding. So we need to go ahead and rectify this error. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so here we're going to go to our backend, probably our model. Let's go ahead and check our model first. Okay, this is causing the error. Okay, supposed to be username. So if we go ahead, go back to our backend, refresh. Okay, so that's our order. Okay. Okay. Order one by. No, 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 no. This is wrong. Okay, this is okay. This is okay. Because if we press edit here, we'll see the order details. Okay, so these are the order details: the user ID, customer ID, the address, the products that were bought. So this is product number 4, the image URL of that product. The price was 79.9, so we rounded it up to 80. Size, quantity, so it's not yet rated. Quantity is equals to 2. Oh, we got 2 products. This is a little bit odd. It's a little bit odd. So let's go ahead and delete this and see whether we can. This is a notification. It's not an order. Order product. We should have 2 items in our list, not one. Okay. So let's go ahead, delete this order. Let's create another order. Okay. So now that we're sure that we can create our order, select 2 of the products, continue to payment. So it might take a little bit longer depending on the latency. That's one thing that I found out. So if your internet is way fast, you're going to have faster results. So let's say fashion payment. See, my latency is something else. This is just off the charts. So I'll try to wait for it for a little bit. And then when it pops up, then we can go ahead and do what we do. Okay. Yeah, it's taking longer. It's taking way long. Let's make a few changes while you're waiting. We go to our payment. So if it contains, we're going to go to the success page. Let's see. Let's go ahead and visit this page. Okay, so here we're clearing the URL, so we can do the same for the address. Instead of trying to do it from here, we can do it from the payment here. Okay, address notifier dot clear address. Okay, so that would stick. Okay, that took long enough. 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. We write something, and we write something over here. Okay, now let's process our order. Okay, successful. So here we have our finished page loading. Okay, this is the endpoint. This is why we have this page. So if we go to our backend, we need to check whether we don't have an error or not. We don't. This is 201. If we go to our payment server, we still have an error sending a notification here because we don't have the token. So what we can do, we can just comment this out. That's okay. That's no problem. So that we won't run into the same error again. So here we can just press continue to home. Okay. So now our next task is to go ahead and show the notifications of the processed order. But here we have set reload count. We need to reload the count whenever we have a new order. Okay. So we're going to do this as well. But for our orders, we're successfully placing our orders. So if we go back to our backend and refresh our orders, we're going to have order 2, okay, by dre to this particular address. I'm still surprised. We're getting one item. We're getting one item here. And this is a problem. This is a problem. Okay, so let me try to go ahead and fix it. Then we run a test again because the number of products should be more, since we have 2 products. So here, this is the $80 one, but we don't have the other one, which is the $60 product in it. So that's what we are going to try to fix, and then we can continue, because we can't process an order without knowing the amount, the products that the person has ordered. Of course, payment is successful, but we still need to know. We still need to know like which product has the user purchased. So here we do have a typo on order successfully placed. It's supposed to be 1P, not double P. So that one, we should fix it in our backend. If we go to views, okay. Let's see. Order. So it's either the problem is coming from here or it's coming from our payment server. So it's either one of the two. So we have to check whether we're getting all the products in the payment server first, and then we need to go ahead and check whether all the products are coming to this point. So over here, what we're going to do, we're going to just try to debug. Over here, we're going to go ahead and print. We're going to print validated products, okay? For product data in order, we're getting a product and we're trying to get that product. Okay, so we're going to debug over here, and when it comes to our front end, I'm sure we are pushing all the data. But the question is whether our payment server is receiving the the correct data. So here we need to go ahead and print the payload. We need to log the payload. We still have the same problem, but there's some changes that you need to make. So the first change is going to be in our Flutter application. So if you come to checkout, so here I used read before instead of watch. So if you use read and click on the button, you're not going to get your URL. You're not going to get the page view, because read is just reading. It read once. But if you're watching, we're watching for the changes. Okay. So you should change here to watch. Okay. And when I was running the tests in our payment server, we successfully received the data. So here we have 2 products. So that means our products are getting to this point. We have them. And this is our payload, right? This is our payload. This is the payload that we are sending to our backend. So the backend is the one that is causing the problem, whereby we're trying to save more products, but we only get 1 product. Okay. So that's one thing that we'll fix in a little bit. But as for minor changes, these are the changes that I made, and probably in the next one we'll fix the error and then we'll proceed. So here we found out what the error was. That was a rookie mistake. So here is just the indentation. So previously I put the address and the order and all this code inside of the for loop. So when we run we're running the for loop for 1 product, and then we save and we do everything and then we return. But you just need to indent the code. Okay, the code was correct except for the indentation. Okay, so for loop, all our code related to the address should be on the same level as our for loop. Okay, like that. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and run another test. So let's go ahead and see our server is running. If we go back to our application over here, we need to check out, continue to check out. So here it might take a little bit, but okay, we already sent to this page. So if we take a look to our details, we have two items. That's 60, 40 plus 10 for delivery to make it 150. Okay, so let's go ahead and put our email. So that's supposed to be a@a.com, and we put our card. So our test card is supposed to be 4242. And here we need to put a name. A name, we can put anything random. As for our code, we can put anything random as well. So let's go ahead and make the payment. The successful order. Okay. So if we refresh our orders, or if you press our orders, we have order number 4. So now we're getting all the products related to the order that we just made. Okay, so this is good. This is what we wanted. So we're done with creating our orders. The next thing is to go ahead and retrieve our notifications and just deal with our count, our notification count, because whenever we create an order, so here we do have these notifications, right? They're supposed to show up in this section. Okay, so let's say we press continue to home. We're supposed to increment the count, and if we click here, we're supposed to show the notifications in it. So that's what we need to deal with now, since we are done with our payment, everything related to our payment is done. And the other thing that we need to deal with is going to be our orders, because our orders page, we don't have anything as yet. But if we go ahead and run a postman request to our orders, here we're going to get nothing because the request that we're supposed to be sending is pending. Okay, so at least we have something for now. We have something. We have a couple of orders here. Okay, so these are the orders that we're going to use to display in our orders page. So the least that we can do at this particular moment is to go ahead and copy the results. Once we copy the results, we're going to go ahead and create the model. Okay, so this one should be orders model. We just copy the model and we go ahead and create a new order file inside of our application, right? So if we come to our application, check out, we done, almost done, and we need a new folder for our orders, right? And we need to go ahead and create another folder that's going to be for our models. And in our models, we need to create a new file. This is going to be the orders model. And it's going to be a .dot file. And we need to paste our code. So in here, we just need to remove unused code. And we're going to leave it like that, okay? Since we are done with our payments and stuff, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and deal with our notifications. So we need to go to our backend. In our backend, we're going to visit our notifications app. In our notifications app, the first thing that we need to do is to go ahead and create serializers. So we're going to import serializers from the REST framework. That's the first. And next, from dot, we're going to import models. Okay. After that, we're going to create our subclass. We're going to call it notification serializer. So if you noticed, I've made a mistake when I wrote the name of the model, but anyhow, it's okay. It's supposed to be notification over here, not notification. Okay. So if you find out the mistake a little bit earlier, you can just change. Okay. Notification serializer. So as we said before, serializers they're used to just convert complex data into readable data. In this instance, we need to convert it to JSON. Okay, so here we're going to have our meta, and in our meta, we're going to take in a model. That's going to be the model name. So the model name, we're going to access our models. That's our app models, notifications app model, and we're going to get the model that we want to convert. In fields, we're going to take all. Okay, so that's what that we need to do when it comes to our serializers. So the next thing, we need to go to our views. In our views, we need to create a couple of views so that we can retrieve the notifications. We can update whether a notification has been read or not. So we need probably three. Okay. So first, we're going to start with our imports. The first thing that we need to do, we just clear everything from over here. And we deal with our imports. So from REST framework dot response, we're going to import response. Okay. After that, we need API view. So it's supposed to be from REST framework dot views. We're going to import API view, and we need the model as well. So here it's supposed to be from dot import, and we're going to import models. After that, let's go ahead and import permissions. So it's supposed to be from REST framework dot permissions. We're going to import is authenticated, and from okay, serializers, we can import them right here on top. We just need to add a comma and import serializers. And we need to import status. So from REST framework, we're going to import status. Okay, so those are the inputs that we need. So let's go ahead and create our first view. So our first view is going to be notification list view. Okay, so notification list view is going to take in API view, and we need to create our method. So our method is going to be get. It's going to take in self, and we also require a request since we want to check where the user has been. We want to, okay, so either way, here we can go ahead and set permissions to check whether the user is authenticated or not. So let's bring this method down, and at the bottom we're going to go ahead and get our notifications. So we need to create a variable where we're going to store our notifications. So here we need to access our models, and from our models objects, and here we're going to go ahead and filter. So we're going to filter using the user ID. So here we have a field called user ID, and that field, it has to be the same as request user. Okay, so if we go back to our model, so we have this field, right, which takes in a foreign key. Okay, so that's the same that we're using over here, and we need to make sure is red is equals to false, and we need to order by. It's supposed to be order by, nope, not by user, but we need to order by created date. Okay, like that. So after that, we need to serialize our data. So we're going to create a new variable with the name serializer is equals to serializers dot notification serializer, and we need to push in our data. So that's notifications, and we need to set many to true, like that. Okay, down at the bottom, we need to go ahead and return our data. So we need to make use of the response, and in our response, we're going to push in serializer.data. Okay, like that. So that's our first view. Next, let's go ahead and create another view to get notification count. Okay, so here it's supposed to be class. You get notification count. Okay, so it's going to take in API view. Down at the bottom, we need to check whether the user is authenticated. So our user is supposed to be equal to the user. So what we can do over here, we can just say request user, so that we requests dot user. Okay. So let's go ahead and close it. And here we want to get the document count. Here it can be either count or anything else. I don't know, like, okay, let's say it's supposed to be unread count or like that. So we need to return the count. So to return the count, we need to have our return, and we need our response. So this is going to be an integer. Okay. So our response, let's go ahead here. We're going to have a key. Unread count is supposed to be unread count here. And we need to pass the status. So here, status, our status is going to be status dot 200. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's move on to our next, which is to update. Whenever we open a notification, then we should update that notification has been updated or has been read. Okay, so let's create a view class update notification. That's supposed to be status over here. Okay, so it's not going to take in model because it's not a model. It's going to be an API view over here. After that, we need to check whether a user is authenticated or not. So this ain't supposed to be a post, but it's supposed to be a page. Okay, like that. So our page is going to take in self and requests. Down at the bottom, what we need to do, we need to have the ID of the notification that we want to update. Okay, so here we're going to have notification underscore ID is equals to requests dot query params. So here we're going to get ID. Okay, so here it's supposed to be dot get ID. Okay, like that. So our ID will be stored in here. So we need to have a condition. If not notification ID, then we need to go ahead and return a 400. Okay, so the message is going to be invalid request, or we can say, okay, let's say notification ID is required, of which in this instance, this won't happen. This won't happen, but we have to prepare for each and every scenario. After that, we need to go ahead and have our try down at the bottom. Okay, so that's supposed to be try. So the first thing we need to have, we need to get the notification using the ID, right? So here we don't even need to use the user ID, but just to be sure, what we can do, we can say models dot notification dot objects, and then from our objects we are going to filter. No, it's get. We don't want to filter, so let's go ahead and get. Okay, so here we need to specify the ID. ID is equals to notification ID. Okay, after we get our notification, what we're going to do, we're going to modify, okay? We're going to modify our code. So notification dot is red is equals to true. After we modify, we need to go ahead and save, okay? So down at the bottom, notification dot save, like that. And then we're going to go ahead and return, okay, a response. So here, our response, we're going to put in a message. And our message, we can say notification updated, like that. And we need status, and our status is going to be a 200. It's going to be a 200 over here. Okay, so since we have a try, we need to have an exception, except over here. What we need to do, we need to say if notification is supposed to be not notification, but we need to access the model. It doesn't exist. Then we need to do something. We need to send a response, okay? Like that. So that's all that we need to do. So we are done with our views when it comes to notifications. The next thing that we need to do is to go ahead and focus on our URLs. And break on our URLs. Right now, we need to go ahead and open URLs. In our URLs, the first thing that we need to do is to import. That's supposed to be from. That's supposed to be Django.contrib. And we're going to. Nope. Contrib, we're going to. Not contrib, it's supposed to be URLs here. We're going to import path. It's supposed to be path over here. After that, we need to import views, okay? So from dot, we're going to import views, right? Down at the bottom, we need to create our URLs array, okay? So first path. In our path, we need to have, what do we call it? Add. Okay, so we need to access our views. And we're going to get not add. We don't need add over here. We need update. Let's have update. Update notification status dot is view. We are not going to make the same mistake as we made the last time, and we need a name. So the name, we're going to say update notifications, like that. Okay. Down at the bottom, we need to have another one. So probably over here, we're going to have count. So here, let's see, get notification count. Count notifications, and here me, and that's going to be notifications belonging to a particular user, right? That's get. Okay, what's the name of the view? Update notification lists. Okay, like that. So these are our URLs. After that, we need to go to our backend, the backend folder. In our backend folder, we need to visit URLs, and in URLs, we need to have notifications. And so the name of the application, the name of the app is notification. So we're going to access the URLs, and those coming from this particular notifications.url are going to be accessed using this particular endpoint. Okay. So here, what we need to do, let's stop our server and run our application again. So our application is running with no problems. So hopefully everything will work without a problem. So we are done with our notification side. So what we might need to do over here is to just go ahead and have we need to create another application. This one is going to be it's going to be for ratings, because we haven't dealt with our ratings as yet. That's something that we need to do, but for now, let's just go ahead and hook our notifications to our front end, and then we can deal with whatever comes next. Okay, so right now we don't have our models for notifications, so what we are going to do is to go ahead and create those models. So here we're going to go to QuickType first, and after QuickType, make sure that you do have Postman, because it's a handy too. You don't want to be writing models, but you don't want to be like calling REST API. I don't know, like whichever way you're going to do it, but Postman, it becomes handy when we're dealing with these models. Okay, so here, let's say, okay, we just need to change our endpoint. So here we are going to be targeting notifications, and then so let's go ahead and write our endpoint, and we just need to get me. Okay, like that. We already have our authorization, so that shouldn't be a problem. So let's go ahead and run the request. Okay, so this is what we get, because we already processed some orders before. So these are going to be our notifications in our database. So what we're going to do is to just go ahead and copy these ones. After copying, we need to go ahead and paste in our QuickType. After that, we need to change the title of the model. So here I'm going to call it notification model. Okay, so it's supposed to be notification model. After that, we go ahead and just copy the model. So before we copy, one thing that you need to do over here, like when it comes to the language, you need to pick Dart and make sure now safe is on, all parameters, all properties are required is on, and all properties, make all properties final is on as well. So let me just go ahead and copy this Okay, so after copying, we're going to go back to our own application. Okay, so over here, we need to go back to the notifications folder, and we need to create a new folder, and we're going to call it models. After that, let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're going to call it notifications model. Okay, and it has to be a .dot file. Okay, and that's a typo. It's supposed to be notification. Let's paste the code. That will do. Okay, so we're done creating our model. We have to create another model. That's the notification. That's the model for the count in it. So for our count, we need to go ahead visit Postman again. So here we're just going to change from me to count, right? And send the request. So 3. Okay, that's going to be our count. Let's go ahead and paste the data over here. So here, instead of notification model, we're going to just say notification count. Let's go ahead and copy the model. After copying the model, let's go back to our application. In our application, notification model, create a new one. So this one is supposed to be notification underscore count, right? And it has to be a .dot file. And let's go ahead and paste the model. After pasting the model, we save. So I'm going to create a new folder, and this one is going to be for widgets. And let's go ahead and create another one, and it's going to be for controllers. Okay, in controllers, we just need to create a new file, and we're going to call it a notification controller, notification provider. Okay, notification underscore. Okay, let's call it notify over here. Dart. Okay, we are going to create our class, give it a name, notification notifier with change notifier. Okay, like that. Okay, so that's all that we need to do. We need to go ahead and hook this to main.dart before we start working on it. So over here, it's supposed to be notification notifier. Okay, so we're done hooking it up. So in our page, before we get to our page, let's go ahead and create another folder. So this folder is going to be for the hooks. Okay, so as for hooks, we're going to create another folder that's going to be for the results. Okay, in our results, we're going to create a file. This is going to be count underscore results .dart. Okay, so that's for our count. We can just go ahead and visit any of the hooks folder that we visited with results, and then we can copy the class and make minor changes to it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see screen search profile product hook. Wow, are they in models? It's a little bit odd. Okay, here I'm going to copy the one for the cut count, and we're going to paste the code in here. So here we're going to say just fetch count, not fetch cut count. Okay, change the name. Over here we're going to use notification count. This variable name is going to remain the same. Okay, that'll do. Let's go ahead and create another file, not folder, but a file. It's supposed to be notification results, notifications underscore results. Okay, like that, and it's supposed to be a .dot file. we just do the same, copy everything, paste over here. First, we need to change the name from fetch count to fetch notifications. Okay, let's change the model. So here we're going to have a list, and it's going to be a list of notification model. So here we're going to call them notifications like that. Okay, so let's clear the unused model. So that would do. Okay, so we need our hooks. So our hooks, we're going to deal with them separately. For now, I think the files that we created will help us to do a little bit more. In our views, we already have our page, so we are going to start working on this page as soon as we have our hooks. Okay, but for starters, this page, it has to change to hook widget. Okay, let's move on. What we need to do, we need to just go ahead and create our hooks. Okay, so the first hook that we need to create is fetch count. That's going to be our first hook. So that one is supposed to be a dot file. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. After doing that, we need to go ahead and just copy one of our hooks. In this instance, I'm going to copy fetch cut count, since it's a little bit similar. Yeah, all of our hooks are similar, so that shouldn't be a problem. So over here, instead of using fetch cut count, okay, let's change the name first. So instead of saying fetch cut count here, we're going to say fetch count. So since it's notification count, it can be count either way, it's okay. So over here, we're going to say fetch, that's supposed to be fetch count as well. So let's go ahead and import. So over here, we do have an error because there's a difference in models. So initial data, we need to make it notification count. Okay, and over here, instead of using cut count, we're going to use unread count. Okay, so here we do have an error as well. So this error is because of this model. Okay, because we said the type of the data that we're going to put over here is going to be cut count model, of which the data is notification count. So we need to copy this model and paste it right at the bottom. So if we paste it right at the bottom, our error is gone, and these values are going to remain the same over here as well. So when it comes to our API, like our API endpoint, what we need to do, we need to change the endpoint from cards to notifications. And here we're going to get the count. Okay, so let's go ahead and just cross check. Okay, so that's going to be our endpoint. So if we go back to our application, let's go ahead and just do it like that. Over here, everything remains the same. So we need to change the method that we're using to convert the string to JSON data. So here we're going to be using notification count from JSON, which is the method inside of our notifications count model. Okay, so let's go back to our hook. Probably like everything else is okay. We don't need to do anything. So here I'm going to just, let's see. This might work. Okay, so over here I'm going to say notification count, notification notifier. Okay, so it's supposed to be NN set refetch. Okay, just to reload the data. Okay, so over here we need to create this. So if we go to our cut, okay, we can just go ahead and copy this particular section because it's the same, and we go to our notifications controllers, notification, notifier, pastes, and we don't have an error anymore. So let's go back to our fetch count here. So whenever we want to fetch count, we're going to be just using the refresh that we have in our provider. Okay, so that's what that we need to do over here. Let's get rid of unused code. Okay, so notifications, we need to visit our notification widget. So if we go to, that's supposed to be entry point if I'm not mistaken. Not entry point, homepage. In our homepage, we do have our customer bar. In our customer bar, we do have this notification widget. Right, that's the one that we want to use our hook in. So what we can do over here, we can just convert it to a hook widget first. After converting, we need to go ahead and create our final, let's call it final result over here, is equals to fetch count. Once we fetch count, we need to get our data. So final, that's supposed to be data is equals to results.count. Result.count. Okay. So here, instead of displaying 4, we're going to display, that's supposed to be count. Let's check the data type of our count. That won't do. Oh, that's supposed to be data, not count. My bad. That's supposed to be data. Dot. Not again. Okay, so final is loading. Is it goes to result dot is loading. Okay, let's go ahead and close that. I don't even know why do we have this. Okay, we can access our data over here. So what's the problem when it okay, the problem is over here. Let's go ahead and remove const. After removing consts, yes, unread count, that's a string, that's an integer. We need to convert it to a string like that. Okay, so we'll have an error because we need to restart our application. We changed our stateless widget to hook widgets without restarting. Okay, so that's the only thing that we need to do. So let's go ahead. So over here, we do have 0, of which that's totally impossible. So that means we do have an error. We do have an error somehow. So what we can do, we can try to debug whether we're getting our data or not. So fetch count, that's supposed to be get 200. Okay, so over here, we want to print response.status. Okay, so let's go ahead. Okay, 404 not found. So here we do have an error. It's supposed to be notifications, not notification. Okay. Okay, so 200, we're getting our count over here. So that's good. Over here, we can remove that. So we're done getting our count. So right about now, we need to go ahead and deal inside of our notifications page, where we are going to be displaying the list of notifications that a user has. Okay. Make a little bit of an adjustment. So the adjustment that we need to make is to use this is loading boolean, right? So over here, if our data is loading, then we're going to display a string 0, else we're going to display data on red count. Okay, so that's the only adjustment that we need to make. Afterwards, the next step that we want to take is to create the widget that we want to render on the screen. But before we get to that, we need to open the notification screen, notification page. So in our notification page, let's go ahead and just make a minor adjustments to our app bar. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to add leading, okay, because we need to add our back button. So over here, const, we're going to use app back button. Okay, like that. Okay, so our back button has changed, and next we need to have our title. So as for our title, we're going to use a reusable text widget, and over here we need to get our title from app text, and we're getting k notification. Okay, let's import. It's supposed to be k notifications, and our style, it has to be app style. Over here, the size, we have to give it a size of 16, and the color, we're going to go with k primary. And as for the font weight, we're going to go with W600. So it's supposed to be FW600. Now, okay, like that. Now, okay, that's all that we need to do. And as for our body, let's just go ahead and add a body over here. After adding the body, we can have, we want to have a condition first, but we can't have that condition without our hook. So we need to go ahead and create our hook. Okay, so in hooks, we need to create a new file, and we're going to call it fetch underscore notifications dot dart. Okay, okay, I'm just making more errors when it comes to the spelling notification. So over here, we're just going to copy the hook that we have, the fetch count hook, and we're going to paste the code. First thing, we're going to change the name to fetch notifications. After that, we are going to, let's remove this build context, and we need to remove this as well. That one was for count, and this one was for, okay, let's leave it. Let's leave build context. We can get rid of the initial data. So here we need to initialize this as an empty list, but the data type is supposed to be lists. That's supposed to be lists. Notification model, like that. Okay, so instead of count, this is supposed to be me. Instead of count over here, we're going to go with notification. Oh, that's utterly wrong. So let's go ahead in our notification notifier. We need to go ahead and create another one over here. We're going to call it refetch. Refetch is equals to R. So let's save. After we save, we go back to our fetch notifications. So we need to change our return class. So our return class is supposed to be fetch notifications, right? So over here, it's supposed to be notification model. Yeah, fetch notification, and over here is supposed to be notifications. So we need to change this and this one as well. Let's go ahead and just copy notifications from here, and then we can do it one by one. Because if we try to select, let's see. Okay, this time it worked. Okay, this is okay. Let's see. Our return is loading error, our token, our function to get the data. This is our endpoint. We're making the requests. If our response is equals to 200, we're storing the data in our notification.value, which is the variable that we have right here on top. Else, if we catch an error, we're going to set that error in our error.value. Finally, we need to set is loading to false. And over here, what we can do, we can just remove this. We don't need it since it's a protected route. Okay. So everything else checks out. Everything else checks out. So going back to our notification screen, what we need to do, we need to have a final result is equals to fetch notifications, and we are pushing the context. So final final notification is equals to result dot notifications. The final is loading is equals to results dot is loading. It's supposed to be result. Okay, we don't need to push refetch. Okay, so over here we need to have our condition. If it's loading, then we need to show a not a progress indicator, but we're going to have a notifications loading schema. Basically what we can do, we can go to our, that's supposed to be a screen or a widget. So screen, new screen, we can call it notification schema, like that. And it's supposed to be a .dot file. Let's create a stateless widget. Give it a name, notification schema, like that. And inside, instead of returning a container, we're going to return a scaffold. In our scaffold, what we're going to require, we're going to require an app bar. The app bar has to be the same as the one that we have over here. So what we can do, we can just copy this app bar and we paste it in here. Okay, we don't need the leading, so we're going to turn leading off, like that. So we need to make imports. After making our imports, then we go to our body. So as our body, we're going to go ahead and have a container. We need to give it a color. As for the color, we're going to go with colors.white, and down at the bottom, we're going to give our container a child, and the child has to be a padding widget. Okay, so what we can do over here, instead of using a padding, let's go ahead with list shimmer. Okay, so we wrap this list shimmer in a padding, and the padding, we need to change it to symmetric. It has to be horizontal, and we need to give it a horizontal of, we can go with all, because we need also to have a little bit of padding right at the top. So here we need to, is that redo or undo? Yeah, okay. Okay, so our shimmer is done. Over here, we're going to return notification shimmer. Okay, let's go ahead and close it. After close, we're going to add consts. And in our body, we need to check if notifications lists is empty. If it is empty, then we're going to display something else. We are going to display some else. Okay, so over here, let's see whether we have empty screen widget. Else, we're going to go ahead and display our lists. Okay, so here we're going to have a list view. So list view takes in children. So here we're going to use list view.generate. We need to access our notifications, take in the length. After taking in the length, we need I. Okay, and down at the bottom, we're going to go ahead and return our widget. Okay, so for starters, I'm just going to return an empty container. Let's go ahead, give it a color. And let's give it a height of 60. Yeah, okay. And we can just give it a padding to see how many widgets we have. So we have 3 widgets. Okay. So those ones are for notifications. Over here, what we need to do, we need to go ahead and create the correct widgets, right? For the correct return widget. So inside of our widgets folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to create a notification tile like that. Okay. So the notification tile is the one that we're going to show over here. On our notification tile, first we need to create a stateless widget. So we need to give it a name. The name is supposed to be notification tile. All right. Let's import material. After importing material, then we can go ahead and deal with the data that we need. Okay. So first we're going to require that's supposed to be a notification model. Let's call it a notification over here. Now we need a function. So final void function. We're going to call it on update. Okay, let's see. Yeah, something's wrong. Something is wrong. Okay. Either way. Okay. That was my mistake. I made it a function instead of a title. Okay. So over here, we're going to require an integer. So this integer is going to be the index. Okay. Like that, index or I. You can call it whatever you want. So I'm going to go with I. And we need to add them to our constructor. Okay. We need to add our formal parameters. Okay. So that's what we need. So over here, what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and just change this, not change, but we're going to wrap it in a gesture detector. A gesture detector. And then on tap, we're going to go ahead and do something. In this case, we're going to run the function on update. And we need to deal with whatever comes inside of our container. So in the container, we're going to require a color. So here we're going to check. Not really. We don't. We do have. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll use our index a little bit later. So let's say off-white here. Okay, for starters. And the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a border. So border, that's BD, BOR. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. We're supposed to be in decoration. So decoration takes in box decoration. Let's go ahead and have BD. That's supposed to be border. So in our border, we're going to use border dot symmetric. So we need border on the horizontal side. So it's here supposed to be horizontal. So after that, we need border side, right? In our border side, we're going to give it a width. Let's give it a width of 0.2. After that, let's go ahead and give it a color. So for our color, we're going to go with gray, okay? Let's go with gray light with opacity of nah, no opacity on this one. Let's leave it like that. Yeah, if we leave it like this, we're going to run into an error. So the color has to come inside of the box decoration. So let's just go ahead and hook this widget in our notification screen instead of returning this container or this padding. What we're going to do, we are going to just return notification tile. So in returning notification tile, we need to go ahead and have the data. Okay, so here notification is going to be notification, and we need to access the data from a particular index. I is going to be I, that's the index. And on update, we're supposed to do something. So let's pass an empty function. So our list is here, but it's not, nothing is visible as yet. So back to our notification tile, we need to handle all the data that comes underneath. So our container, we have to go ahead and give it a child. And our child first, let's go ahead and give it a row. So a row takes in children. Let's go ahead and wrap this in a padding. Horizontal, vertical 8. Okay, it can be all 8 over here, no problem. Okay. So in our row, the first thing that we need an icon, but let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and have an icon. So this icon has to come from icons dot notification. We're going to go ahead and give it a color. The color can be dark, but let's see. Colors.k primary. Okay, that'll do. Let's adjust the size. With make it 28 over here. Okay. Let's go ahead and wrap this in a widget. Okay, so this widget, let's use circular avatar like that. Let's just adjust the color, background color. So for background color, we're going to give it, let's go with K secondary light, something like that. Okay, so that's going to be our, sound like a leading. Okay, something like a leading. So after that, we need to, inside of the row, we need to go ahead and give it a little bit of space. Since we're in a row, we need width, and we're going to give it a width of 10. So that's supposed to be 10.w. Over here, down at the bottom, right, we need to go ahead and have another padding. So padding, we're going to use edge_instance.symmetric. We need to manipulate the horizontal part. We need to give it a padding of 4. Let's go ahead and give our padding a child. So our child is going to be a column. In column, we're going to require children. So our first child is going to be a size box. So this size box, we need to give it a width. So we need to access our screen utils. From screen utils, we're going to require screen width, and we need to multiply our screen width by 0.85. Okay, 0.85, that's a little bit big. Okay, because of the, okay, let's go with 0.8. Okay, 0.8 will do. After that, let's go ahead and give our size box a child. And the child is going to be a row widget. Row text in children. Our first child is going to be a reusable text widget. Yes, for the texts, we need notification, the data that we're getting from our notification. So here, notification.title. Let's give it a style. So for the style, we're going to use if style. And for the size, let's go give it a size of 18. Color, let's go with gray light. Gray light. And as for the font weight, let's give it a W500. Okay, like that. So down at the bottom, we're going to put a spacer and no, since we're in a row, we need to, that's supposed to be notification.time, but time is different. So we have a package that we installed in our pubspec YAML, which is nope. Let's see. Okay, get timer go. Okay, that's the one that we want to use. So everything else remains the same, but okay, here let's use spacer instead of a size box. So here, instead of returning time, what we need to do, we need to use get timer go. Okay, dot parse. So we need to import get timer go, of which it's utterly impossible at this point. Import package get underscore timer go. Okay, let's go ahead and close. So after closing, here our time is going to come from a notification dot that's supposed to be created date. And let's give it a font weight. We're going to give it a font weight of normal over here. Okay, 2 days ago. Wow, that's a long time ago. The size, let's make it 12. And here, instead of 8, let's go with 8.2. Yeah, okay, 8.2 would do. On our spacer, we need to just add consts. So we are done with this row. Okay, so right outside of the row, we need to create a size box where we are going to, this size box, we're using it to encapsulate our text so that we won't have an overflow issue. All right, so over here, we're going to have, nope. So that's outside of this size box. We're going to have another size box. This size box is going to have the same width as the width that we have over here. So we can just copy the width. We paste it over here, and down at the bottom, we're going to have a child. As for a child, we require text, and for the text, it's going to come from notification. It's supposed to be text over here, not, nope. If it is text, we don't need anything. We don't need a key. Dot message over here, text align. We're going to align, we're going to justify the text like that. In max lines, we're going to have max lines of 3. So that's going to be our message, but we need to change the style. So down at the bottom, we're going to require style. Let's just go ahead and copy this and paste it down here. Yeah, okay. But our color here, we're going to go with gray. Okay, so these are going to be our notifications. So whenever you click, we're supposed to go to a tracking page. And from that track, like when we are navigating, we're going to reload our account, and we are also going to update our data. So that's something that we're going to do inside of our notifications notifier. But as far as notifications are concerned, this is how we're going to adjustment. Here we're just going to use the index to alternate the color of the tile. So here I'm using modulus. That's supposed to be I modulus 2 is equals to 0. Then we're going to give it a off-white color. Otherwise, we are going to give it a white color. This is why we have this kind of display that we have right now. So our main task right now is to go ahead and focus on our notification controller. So inside of our notification controller, we need to add a few more things. So we're going to have an integer. So this is going to be order. Okay. Order ID. Order ID is supposed to be a private variable. So we're going to initialize it as 0. After that, we're going to create a getter, and we're going to create a setter as well. So instead of okay, the difference is the same. Over here we can use a listener. Okay, so here we're just going to set order ID. So our function is going to take in an integer as an argument. In this case, our argument name is going to be ID, and we're going to set the value that we're getting in our arguments inside of our private variable order ID. And then we're going to notify the UI that there is a change. Okay, so here we can just go ahead and print. We're going to print order ID. Okay, that's all that we need to do for the meantime. So if we go to our screen, that's supposed to be notification screen. On updates, we're going to go ahead and set the ID in our notifications controller, notification notifier. So over here, we're going to set ID, and our ID is going to come from notification dot, not dot, notification index dot, we should have an order ID over here. Okay, so if we click, our order ID is printed here, and that's exactly what we need. And before we move on to the tracking page, of it, the tracking page is going to be provided, but we need to do a little bit more when it comes to the hook that we're going to use to retrieve the order, right? So here, what we need to do as well, we need to go to our notifier. In our notifier, we need to create a function that we're going to use to update our notification, to make our notification is red inside of our backend. Okay, so we can go to auth. Is it auth? We can look for any file that we created with an API call, and then we can alter the code. Okay, like over here, let's see, we do have this one, add or remove. So we can go ahead and just copy this one, add or remove wish list, and we need to go back to our notifier. We need to paste. After pasting, over here we're importing storage, we're importing environment, and we need to import HTTP. Import HTTP package is HTTP. Okay, so that is done. Over here, we need to go ahead and refetch. After refetch, we need to also refetch count. Okay. Ooh, okay, let's see whether either way we have to remove this one. So that means this should be no. Okay, over here we can just get rid of this code, and down at the bottom let's just go ahead and debug print. We are debug printing e to string. Okay, so let's change the name to Marcus Read. Marcus Read. So when you're marking as read, we require an ID. So this is correct. So here it should be notification. Our endpoint should be notifications updates, and we require an ID. ID is equals to ID. Okay, so that's what that we need to do, and our status is going to be 200 over here. So if we visit our backend, that should check out. Okay, so like if we go to not URLs but notification views, that should be 200. Okay, so over here, what we are going to do is to go ahead and put it right here. Okay, I don't want to call it from, I don't want to call it from the update function that we have in our notification screen. So I can just call it from here. Okay. Whenever we are setting this ID, then we're going to call the function to mark as read. Okay, so that shouldn't be a problem. So if we click here, then we're going to have two notifications over here. Okay, let's see whether we should have two notifications. So it seems like, oh, okay, there's an error. Of course, it shouldn't be a GET request over here. It should be a patch. Okay, it should be a patch request. Okay, well, let's see what's going on, because that shouldn't be the case. So here, let's print a response dot status. The 500 notifications. Okay. Query params. Okay, we do have an error for real. So let's rectify the error and run the test again. Okay. Okay, so 2. So our data has reloaded. So if we come here, the count and the count should reload as well. Okay, so our count is not reloading. So let's see what's going on. But if we reset over here, it's going to come back as 3. Oh, that's a little bit odd. That's odd. We have 2 in here. Okay. So let's go back to our backend. Let's see, get notification count. So here, user ID. Okay. So probably we should have is red as well. Not probably, that's the case. Because if we don't set this property, we're going to return all the notifications with this user ID. Okay, so if we go back, that shouldn't be a problem. So now we have 2. Okay, so done with that part. So we just need to, if we click now, we should update at the same time. We should be pushed to another page, which is our tracking page. So in order for us to have a tracking page, we need to go ahead, go to our orders. In our orders, we need to create a new folder, and we just call it hooks. We already have an order model, so that shouldn't be a problem. So in hooks, we're going to say, we're going to create a new hook. It's supposed to be fetch order dot dart. Let's create a new one. We're going to call it fetch orders dot dart, like that. Okay, so we have order and orders. So first we're going to start with order, because that's the closest one. So what we can do over here is to just go to any of our hooks, carts. Let's see, we can get the cart, copy the contents of the cart. Okay, and paste it in here. So here it's supposed to be fetch order, and we're going to require an integer, int id. Orders. Let's check our endpoints, whether we do have the one for the orders. So we need to revisit our backend. In our backend, we need to go to the order URL single. Okay, so that's supposed to be single. So let's go to orders single. Okay, API orders single. Then we specify the ID. Single. Then over here, we're going to specify the ID is equals to ID. Orders model, we're going to like that. Over here, it ain't supposed to be cart, so we need to create the results folder. Instead of our results folder, we need to create a new file. This new file, we need to call it fetch order results dot dart. Okay, that's the longest that I've created so far. Let's copy one of our return classes, paste it in here. So here we can just say, instead of fetch car count, fetch order, we're going to return, not, is it order model? Yes, it should be order model. Let's go back to a fetch order. So here, instead of count, we're going to return an order. So let's copy the name, go back, instead of fetch cart, fetch order, we need to import, and over here, instead of cart, it's going to be order, okay? Like that. So here, our data is different. That's why we do have an error. So here, supposed to be order model from JSON. Oh, that's a list. That's a list. So we need a singular order. Okay, so let's see what we can do. That's going to be a list of orders. Okay, we can do the same as we did to our products, if I'm not mistaken. That's a list of products, get product. We are not getting a singular product. Categories, hook, not hook, but the model. We all got lists, but that's something that we can change. That's something that we can change. Let's see. We did convert the data before, so that shouldn't be a problem. That shouldn't be a big problem. Let's see how I did it, but anywho. Let's see. We did it for which part? I'm forgetting already. Notifications, no, not checkout. Let's see, our cart, we have model, card model. Nope, it wasn't the cart. It wasn't categories either. Products, we only have a list. Let's see. That's a little bit odd. Okay, what we can do, that was address, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead to address. Instead of address, hook, not hook, but the model itself. Okay, so we created two. So this is the same way that we should create the, okay. So if we go to our order model, let's go ahead and make a little bit of a change. Order model single. Okay, string sticking in a string dot from. Okay, so over here we're just going to decode the string. Supposed to be from JSON. Okay, that's all that we need to do, and we're going to be using this method to convert the data like that. Okay, so over here our value has to change to order. Let's go ahead and get rid of the unused dependencies. We got 2 over here. We get rid of them over here. We need to change to order. After that, okay. And our checker, so we don't have any problems. Probably that's the only item that it gave us a little bit of hell. So we are done with our hook. So next we're going to import the page that we need to display if we click on a notification, and that's supposed to be the details of a particular order. So when you're importing, we need to make some adjustments to the file that we're going to be importing, because that page. Continue. We need to import a page from the files that you downloaded from when we started the project. So if you go to project files, source, orders, views, you have this tracking page, right? So what you can do, you can copy the tracking page and go to the project. Instead of the project, you choose where you want to put it, right? So here I'm going to put it under orders, right? I have to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it views. It's supposed to be views over there. Call it views, and I'm going to open it in Finder, and then I'm going to paste the page. After pasting the page, let's go back to our application. We do have a bunch of errors. So what we need to do over here is to go ahead and make the correct imports. So first it's going to be provider. We import our notifier, and we're going to import our hook. Notification schema, it should be notification schema if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's go ahead, get rid of these imports so that we can import from the jump. Okay, so we have our colors, we have our back button, we have our reusable text widgets, app texts, app style, order tile. Okay, this is something that we don't have, something that we do need to create. But as far as this is concerned, in order tile is going to be a little bit similar to what we have inside of the, what do we call it, inside of the cut tile. Okay, so okay, so we're going to leave it like that. Okay, let's go ahead and remove that. So we need the tile. So we're going to go ahead and create an order tile. But now if we go ahead and click, we should be redirected to the page. So what we need to do over here is to go back to our notification screen. And here we're going to say context.push. We need a location, of which our location is going to be tracking, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to go ahead and activate the route. So if we go back to our common utils app routes, we need to go ahead and look for the route, which is this one that we have over here. And we need to go ahead and import the screen. So let's just copy the title just for assurance, paste it here. Okay, so everything is okay with this page, but we still don't have our widget or order widget. That's supposed to be an order tile. Okay, so let's just go ahead and open 4.4, but we still got one. What we can do, we can restart. After restarting, then let's go back to our notifications. Ooh, when we get our data, right? Like this, a double is not a subtype of type int. So what we need to do, we need to go to our model. Our ID, that's an integer, that's int total, and subtotal, these are doubles. They ain't supposed to be integers. Quantity is supposed to be an integer, but subtotal and total, these are supposed to be doubles. So if we make the change and come back here, then we are going to have the data printed. So I have created a new model, order model, like what we've done in the past, like to try to get the data from. It could work as well. It could work. Don't get me wrong, it would work, but models would be a cleaner way to do it, to just create a new model, okay, rather than converting the data. So if we come to our fetch data, fetch order, first we just need to change this particular model to the new model that we created, right? So when you're creating the model, you can just copy the data that you're getting from the response, and then you go to QuickType, create a new model, you create a new file, you paste the code. So here, make sure that these two, they're doubles, not integers. Right, when it comes to a tracking page, I have done something like I commented the code out so that I can just figure out what the error is. So here, we have our tile right on top and our order details. Let's see. So here we do have a table. Let's see, that should be the second. That's order detail logistics. After logistics, tracking code is supposed to be the order ID. Okay. Okay, so here, that's where we're supposed to display all the products that are related to this particular order, right? So here, we are almost done. Whenever we create the order tile, we're going to come and hook it up over here. And it's the same tile that we're going to use for our orders. Okay, here we're not updating because I just commented this out so that I won't have to reload the data over and over again, or to play with the backend. So you can yours probably different. you didn't comment that one out. So this is how it's gonna be. So let's go back to our fetch orders. In our fetch orders, let's just go ahead and remove the print statements like that. Okay, so we just need a tile. The same tile is the tile that we're going to use when we're displaying orders over here, which is the last thing that's last thing that's left. Okay,